Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rux, I'm a Western Tropical Astrologer, and today we are going to be talking about September, the astrology of September. There is a lot going on in the sky in September, folks. Saturn goes back into Pisces pretty much at the very beginning of the month on the 1st of September. Eclipse season is back. Mercury goes into Virgo. We will have a Mercury Cazimi on the 13th of September. Like I said, a lot going on. Now, before we go through the most important dates of the month, I also want to share with those of you who are here for the first time, and also to remind those of you who are watching my videos maybe for a long time, that I'm also a full-time consulting astrologer. So I work with clients one-to-one on a day-to-day basis. And if you want to book a personal astrological consultation with me, you can do so via the link in the description box of this video and also the pinned comment. When would be a good time to book an astrological consultation? When you are ready to reconnect with your soul's intentions and to understand the deeper patterns at play in your life. Also, when you are at a crossroads, when you're looking to make decisions, when you are looking to make sense of what's happening in your life, when you're looking for guidance, when you want to understand why am I dealing with this in my career? Is it a good time to look for a new job? Is it a good time to relocate? So these are just a few of the examples as to when would be a good time to consult an astrologer. My website is written in the stars-astrology.com. I repeat, it's also in the pinned comment and in the description box. And after you make the booking via my website, just know that there is a little bit of waiting time. So I always update on my site how long you're going to have to wait until we actually meet via live Zoom video call. So I do my consultations via video call. They can also be recorded if you like, and most people do want that so that they can refer back to them further down the line. Just know that after you make the booking, there will be a little bit of waiting time. It varies between a few weeks to maybe a month, sometimes even a month and a half. Like I said, you're going to find that information in red if you click on the link to my website. Now, let's go back to September. What is going on in September? Saturn goes back into Pisces, like I said, 1st of September, all the way until the middle of February of next year, when it ingresses into Aries, and it's going to be there to stay for the next few years. Saturn going back into Pisces is our chance to tie up loose ends, to work on the things that we've been called to commit to put effort into, to put patience into, pretty much as of 2023, March of 2023, to be more precise. So Saturn's going to slide back into that part of your chart where it went into March of 2023. And you've got a good few months, September, October, November, December, January, almost 6 months, less than 6 months, but almost. You've got a good few months to, like I said, finish what you've started. Focus on achieving the task. Saturn is a great taskmaster. Focus on achieving the task that Saturn brought to your attention during this transit. 2nd of September, Mercury goes into Virgo. This is pretty cool. Why? Because Mercury is in domicile in Virgo, so we can expect communications to go a lot better. We can expect clarity when it comes to finding rational, logical, reasonable solutions to problems, including technical problems. Mercury in Virgo has a super technical mind. I do want to draw your attention to the period between the 10th until the 12th of September, when Mercury is going to come together with a South Node, and there is a possibility that things might malfunction, mercurial things, such as cars, tools, maybe even online tools such as PowerPoint or Teams or Zoom or one of these tools. So things might not necessarily work as expected. And those few days may not necessarily be the absolute best when it comes to communication, because potentially the right words are not found, the right information is not found. There's also a chance that we might see in our lives things exiting the nature of Mercury, things of the nature of Mercury. So maybe a car needs to be replaced, or a phone needs to be replaced, or something along those lines. So 10th, 12th of September. 3rd of September, Mercury squares Uranus in Gemini. This can be a time of technological disruption, maybe also disruption involving commerce, transportation. Then on the 5th of September, Mars squares Jupiter. Now, this energy, you might also feel it a few days before and a few days after, the 5th of September. Big fights on a large scale. Mars is here to defend whatever it feels is fair, Mars in Libra, and it's kind of like clashing with certain worldviews, beliefs, life philosophies. Mars can also fight for its worldviews, and especially those that are focused on protecting one's roots, one's heritage, one's family, possibly. The thing is, Libra energetically and Cancer energetically are not necessarily, they're not at all conflictual signs. So that's why the flavor of these conflicts that might come up into our lives around the 5th of September might also be a little bit on the passive aggressive side, or it might feel hard to discharge, which can cause essentially even more irritation. I would also be careful, literally, if I were in anyone's shoes around the 5th of September, when it comes to pushing the boundaries too much and feeling too lucky and then regretting it. Let's put it this way. So this would not be a great time, for example, to go bungee jumping or do any sort of extreme sports. 6th of September, Uranus goes retrograde in Gemini, and on the 7th we have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. Now, this lunar eclipse is happening with the North Node, so we are likely to see culminations, we're likely to see peaks that focus on some sort of a material, concrete, tangible result in the sector of our lives connected with the sign of Pisces, because we all have all 12 zodiac signs in our natal chart. Jupiter, the ruler of the eclipse, the dispositor, is going to be exalted in Cancer, which is why I'm actually, to be honest, I'm looking forward to this eclipse. I know certain traditions and certain schools of thought say, no, all eclipses are malefic. I disagree, but hey, that's a story for another time. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer is going to be in a harmonious aspect to the eclipse. So the results that we're seeing are probably going to give us hope and trust and faith and a sense of being, to some degree, protected. Okay? But Jupiter is still, at the time of the eclipse, squaring Mars. So we might feel that big sense of relief and of someone or something or a greater energy having our back. But this is coming hot off the heels of a big fight, for example. 13th of September, Sun conjunct Mercury. We've got a Mercury cazimi on the 13th of September. Great day for calls, sending messages, presentations, signing contracts, buying cars, all of that. 17th of September, Mercury opposes Saturn. I don't like this day for communication purposes. I don't like this day for hard work either, especially hard intellectual work. The thing is, we might need to do some hard intellectual work around this time, but it might feel like it's a lot more tedious and a lot more difficult than we had prepared. 18th of September, Mercury goes into Libra and it immediately opposes Neptune in Aries. Do be careful here. People who are sort of smooth talkers might try to lie to you. There might be deceit in conversations. Things are not what they appear to be. There can be errors in documents and paperwork. I don't like the 17th and the 18th of September for travel purposes either. So if you can avoid these days, good. If not, I would just have a backup plan in case something goes south. So in case, I don't know, there's a canceled train or something along those lines. 19th of September, Venus goes into Virgo until the 13th of October. Generally, Venus does not like to be in Virgo, let's face it. But it might actually help us smooth things with people who we've had a little bit of a tough time connecting with, maybe earlier in the month. So around the 3rd of September, around the 17th, around maybe even the 18th, I'd say. Also, 19th of September, Mercury trines Uranus and Pluto. I love this day. innovative ideas, great conversations, great sort of like mental and intellectual breakthroughs, great day for socializing, for attending events that have a strong focus on communication, on exchanging maybe out of the box ideas. Then on the 20th of September, Venus squares Uranus. Things do not go as planned, especially when it comes to what we've planned together with our work colleagues, or what we've planned together with maybe someone that we have a close connection with, a close collaboration with from a professional perspective. Solar eclipse, 21st of September. I told you eclipse season is not over. This one's happening in Virgo with a south node. So this eclipse brings a new beginning that involves a power outage. So something is being released out of our lives. And this eclipse is opposing Saturn. So we need to be very aware of boundaries, restrictions, limitations, and we need to play by some rules that we're probably not necessarily 100% happy with. Let's face it. 22nd of September, Mars enters Scorpio until the 4th of November. Now, Mars loves to be in Scorpio because it's one of its domiciles. So we can expect our energy levels, our stamina, our drive, our motivation, even our muscle tone to be to increase and to basically improve, because Mars has been spending a lot of time in Libra and it does not like to be in Libra either. Libra season, speaking of, starts on the 22nd of September with the Sun going into Libra, and 24th of September, Sun trines Uranus and Pluto. What a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day for aha moments around important people in our lives, aha moments in terms of solutions to issues that we've been grappling with for some time, aha moments in terms of big announcements in the world concerning the improvement of maybe relationships, collaborations, maybe also the improvement of a situation for wide masses of people. 24th of September, however, same day, Mars squares Pluto. And you might feel this energy actually from the 22nd of September until the 25th. So Mars-Pluto can be very destructive. I'm just going to say it. I'm not going to mince my words. Don't do anything rash. Don't put yourselves, because you're too rigid and stubborn and too obsessed with something, don't put yourselves through, don't place yourselves in potentially dangerous situations. Do choose battles wisely, because if you go into a metaphorical sort of like argument or battle, it can lead to the implosion of the relationship with the person who you're going into an argument with. There may be a need to fight for something. I'm just going to say it. Do be aware of the fact that sometimes adversaries are much stronger than they appear to be, because there's more lying under the surface. From a mundane perspective, so at a collective level, Mars-Pluto can also bring some sort of destruction involving air. So I'm looking at storms, for instance, storms, hurricanes, things like that. But also I'm looking at attacks via Aquarian channels, such as attacks attacks online, via social media. I'm thinking of all sorts of cyber attacks, for example. Do watch the news at a collective level for that. And now we're going to go into the update for each of the 12 zodiac signs. Please, please, please. I know I sound like a broken record because I say this all the time, but I do believe it's important. Please listen to the update for your rising sign, because general horoscopes such as this one are built with a rising sign in mind. If you don't know your rising sign, you can find it out using online natal chart generators such as astro.com or astro-seek.com. All you need to know is your date, time, and place of birth. The time of birth is super, super, super important. So find that out first and foremost. And if you know it, fantastic. You are going to be able to find out your rising sign. And of course, if you don't know your rising sign, you can listen to the update for your sun sign as well. For those of you who are astrology aficionados, who have been studying astrology for some time, who understand the language of astrology, I use in my practice the whole sign house system. I don't use Placidus. Also, these horoscopes are built with the whole sign house system in mind, not Placidus. So if you follow Placidus, by all means, knock yourselves out. That's your prerogative. But just know, if you look at something in your chart and you're thinking, oh, Rux said that this eclipse is going to be in my ninth house, and I actually see it in my eighth house, it's probably because you're using a different house system. There's many house systems out there. For instance, I also studied in London using equal houses. So there are a lot of house systems out there. Have your pick. Without further ado, let's go into the updates for each of the 12 zodiac signs. My dear Aries, Aries suns and Aries risings. September is going to be very busy. There's a lot of astrology going on. So let me start off with the 1st of September. Saturn, the ruler of your career path, is going to go back into Pisces until the middle of February. So since the end of May, Saturn has been bringing onto your doorstep, Aries, potentially new duties, new responsibilities, maybe even new burdens, and possibly a new path that you may or may not want to commit to from a professional perspective. Now, Saturn going retrograde is giving you a little bit of time to tie up loose ends until mid-February, to really think things through and tune into your intuition and listen to that inner voice that is here to guide you in regards to whether you should or maybe you shouldn't commit to a new path, especially in the professional space. Now, Saturn's going to come back into Aries no matter what you do. It's going to enter your first house, especially for Aries risings, mid-February. So you're going to have to commit to something either way, and you're going to have to put in the work from mid-February of next year until 2028. It could be career related, it could be health related, it could be life direction related. Until then, my big recommendation is also to look after your mental health and do the work that is necessary from an internal perspective so that you don't have to carry this baggage with you over the next few, I want to say at least 7 years, potentially even 14 years. 2nd of September, Mercury goes into Virgo. Now, I did tell you this is a busy month. It is a busy month. So Virgo is your 6th house of day-to-day work. And with Mercury transiting its own sign, transiting the sign of its domicile, I want to say that you're probably going to be quite productive. Now, eclipse season is back this month. So there will be a lot of focus on your work. There will be a lot of focus on daily sort of like tasks, habits, your day-to-day to-do list. You can count on Mercury to help you see things for what they are, to help you think critically and analytically. That doesn't mean, however, that there won't be changes. I would go into September knowing that there will be changes on a day-to-day basis, work-wise and also in terms of daily habits. But your mind is in the right place. Your kind of like logical assessment of the situation is going to be working in your favor. And we all know probably, I think, sometimes our mind is not necessarily our friend. Our mind is not necessarily working in our favor. Well, in this situation, I apologize. In this situation, it is working in your favor. So do count on it. 3rd of September, Mercury squares Uranus. Something's popping up in the workplace out of the blue. It's messing up with your diary. It's messing up with your calendar. It's messing up your schedule, so to speak. It could be something connected with technology. There's also a possibility that something might come up all of a sudden out of the blue on your way to work. So there could be an issue connected with transportation. There could be an issue connected with your car, with your bike. It might break in the middle of the road, so you might not be able to make it in time for a meeting and to work. So I would essentially be prepared for disruption of your kind of like day-to-day schedule. Something sudden might also come up when it comes to your health. I'm not saying that it's unfixable or insurmountable, not at all. It is probably very much fixable, but it might not necessarily be something that you had planned for. So again, there is an element of surprise here. 5th of September, Mars is going to be squaring Jupiter. Now, you're probably going to feel this energy also maybe like 3 days before and 3 days after the 5th of September. Aries, Mars is your chart ruler. So I am foreseeing potentially a significant conflict, a big fight, a big argument between you and either a family member or someone who's got something to do with your home. Maybe it's a contractor who's been working on your home. Maybe it's someone who's been living in your home, for example. I don't know, maybe like a tenant or someone of this nature. I do foresee things sort of blowing up a little bit, so to speak. Again, from a metaphorical perspective, there is a possibility that a small issue could escalate and it could turn into this big thing, because Jupiter has the tendency to inflate things. I would, if I were in your shoes, sort of like slow down and potentially, if you can, not take things really, really personally, even though it may feel like you are being, metaphorically speaking, attacked. I would try to figure out why is it that this person is so angry, and whether it has or whether it hasn't got anything to do with you. There is a possibility that you might have been inadvertently doing something that's been riling them up, and now they've sort of like reached the end of their tether, and they might sort of explode again, symbolically, metaphorically. I also believe that something might need to change at home, and it might need to change fast, and you may not necessarily be 100% on the same page with maybe your significant other, or maybe with someone who lives with you, or maybe with a family member, in regards to how things should unfold in regards to this development, let's say. 6th of September, Uranus goes retrograde in your 3rd house in Gemini, so things are sort of like slowing down a little bit when it comes to new information, new maybe even like skills coming into your life, so to speak, and also when it comes to disruptions connected with neighbors, colleagues, siblings, and so on. 7th of September, I told you, eclipse season is back, and da-da-da-dum, da-dum, da-da-dum. I'm trying to do this thing where I announce an eclipse in a very sort of like unusual way. So 7th of September, active week before, week after, we've got a full moon lunar eclipse. So a culminating point, a full moon on steroids, activating your 12th house, 6th house axis. So something is coming to a close. It could be connected with your work. It could be connected with your health. This eclipse could bring to a peak either a professional matter or a health matter. Now, if you've been neglecting something from a health perspective, if you've been trying to skirt around the issue, if you've been trying to avoid it, you will no longer, if you ask me, be able to avoid it, because this eclipse is gonna make it really, really, really obvious that you need to do something about this matter, that you need to do something about this issue. There is also a chance that a chapter might be ending, like I said, in the workplace. Maybe a client is leaving, a job could be ending, your team as you know it may no longer continue in the existing format. If you have employees, potentially one or like some employees might leave. You could also be completing something that you've been working on at home, maybe connected with your real estate sector, connected with your property sector, maybe also connected with your family sector. If you've been working on improving the relationship with maybe a family member, it could feel like, hey, this is where it's supposed to be, so to speak. Now, lunar eclipses sometimes eclipse people out of our lives, so you might say goodbye to someone who you've been working with, either literally in the professional space, or when it comes to them helping you with a matter connected with your health, wellness, and well-being. I like the dispositor of this eclipse. So Jupiter is exalted in Cancer and it's in a harmonious aspect to the eclipse. So I feel like things are ending on a high note, on a good note, on a sort of like upbeat note, but Jupiter is still in a square to Mars. So things might be reaching a culminating point after a big fight, after a big sort of blow up, blow over. Let's see what blow up means. Yes, after a big blow up. So it's a very emotional eclipse. People are throwing tantrums. People are angry. They might have expressed their anger, and now sort of like things are taking a turn for the better at the time of the eclipse. I do want to put that on your radar. 13th of September, we have a Mercury Cazimi in your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. To me, this feels like a really important moment of clarity in terms of what makes you happy work-wise, what doesn't make you happy work-wise, in terms of what is functioning and what is no longer functioning and needs to be updated, upgraded, changed when it comes to your daily sort of like habits and routines. 13th of September can be a fantastic day when it comes to ideas, important ideas popping up in your head concerning matters that need to be solved, either, I repeat, within the workspace, but they could also be connected with health or children. I do want to bring these additional topics to your attention, my dear Aries. Very enlightening conversations are happening on the 13th of September. 17th of September, Mercury opposes Saturn. You might also feel this energy potentially a day before and a day after. All sorts of like blocks, delays, frustrations that are getting in the way of you getting the job done on a day-to-day basis. You might also be feeling drained. You might be feeling tired. You might be feeling mentally exhausted at work. You might have to do some really kind of like tedious work behind the scenes. I mean, it can't all be fun, right? 18th of September, Mercury goes into Libra and it immediately opposes Neptune in your first house. Now, it feels like around the 18th of September, someone's trying to talk to you. They're trying to get you to maybe agree to something. They're trying to reason with you, I want to say, Aries. And you're just not fully there, present. You're thinking about something else. You're distracted. Your mind is maybe unfocused. And as much as you want the conversation to be productive, I mean, you're probably better off postponing important conversations, or just kind of like letting the person know that you're going to come back to them. You're going to get back in touch with them. There's also a possibility that you might confuse someone with your words. So do make sure, Aries, that you double check to see whether the message has landed correctly or not with whoever it is that you're talking to around the 18th of September. 19th of September, Venus enters Virgo all the way until the middle of October, until the 13th. So Venus transiting your 6th house is probably going to help you resolve matters health-wise, but also work-wise. If you are looking to find new clients, if you're looking to maybe fix certain relationships at work with clients, with, I don't know, like stakeholders, with colleagues, Venus is here to help. And it's probably going to make things a lot more enjoyable than they have been up until this point in the month when it comes to your sort of like day-to-day. If you're looking to work with anyone health-wise, so if you're looking to get a new maybe holistic health practitioner or like a new personal trainer, again, Venus is here to help. It may draw towards you people who can support you on your health journey. Before the 19th of September, Venus had been transiting your 5th house, so you might have still been having some fun, but lots going on a day-to-day basis in the kind of like professional, health, and maintenance and repair sectors. Also, 19th of September, Mercury trines Uranus and Pluto this is a great day. Like literally, you know how I said 18th is not that great for conversations? Well, the 19th is a great day for important conversations, original ideas. You're meeting significant people, people who can help you when it comes to your goals, plans, and kind of like targets for the future. Your mind is like really sharp. It's on fire. You're inspired by the people that you talk to. You might have some unexpected but very productive interactions, social interactions, meetings, conversations, presentations. I feel like someone's helping you see things differently around this time, my dear Aries, both when it comes to your work, but also maybe when it comes to your health and habits. And that seems to be the kind of like the spark and the inspiration that you needed to turn your dreams and plans into a reality. 20th of September, Venus squares Uranus, a disruption in the workspace when it comes to the interaction that you have with a client or a colleague, or someone might kind of surprise you with their outside of the box maybe approach to a creative matter or a matter that involves kind of like artistic or aesthetic sort of input. 21st of September, solar eclipse. We've got a new beginning in your 6th house. Solar eclipse in Virgo opposing Saturn. So to me, it feels like something is starting in the workspace, but also when it comes to your day-to-day routines. Now, this something that is starting, this new chapter, these seeds that you're sowing, they seem to involve a very, very significant release of either an existing professional path, an existing aspect of your work, an existing aspect of your daily routines, if we're talking about health, because this eclipse can also put the spotlight on a reset health-wise. You need to be aware of your limitations. You need to be aware of what's doable. You need to be aware of the fact that you cannot control everything as much as you would like to, which is what this eclipse is saying. Hey, Saturn's in the mix. Limits, rules, boundaries are important. And sometimes, as much as we want to make things happen in a certain way, we also have to allow room for chaos, or to allow room for the unknown. Mercury, the ruler of your 6th house and also the dispositor of the eclipse, is going to be in Libra in the 7th house. It feels like you are kind of like collaborating with someone, either work-wise or health-wise, and they are sort of supporting you on this journey of a reset. 22nd of September, Mars enters Scorpio and the Sun goes into Libra. So Mars in Scorpio until the 4th of November. You're going to like this transit. Aries, Mars is going to be in its domicile after having been debilitated in Libra since August. So you are kind of like becoming laser focused when it comes to transforming aspects of your life that need to be transformed, that need to be sort of like excavated and transmuted, you could say. You're also putting a lot of energy into financial matters until the 4th of November, but also into matters that you may prefer to keep hidden. You do seem to have this sort of like boost of like energy and courage to address matters that may have fazed you in the past. Sun entering Libra is saying for the next month, hey, the spotlight is going to be on your one-to-one relationships and collaborations with others. 24th of September is a mixed sort of like day because Mars is squaring Pluto. So there could be this kind of like intense fight that's happening with a friend, or this, I want to say, destructive conflict that is taking place between you and maybe members of an organization or a community. It could be an online community, and you might decide, hey, I'm going to get out of here. And literally on the same day, 24th of September, the Sun trines Uranus and Pluto. As much as some relationships are probably breaking up, I will say, relationships maybe with a friend, with a community, with a tribe, an organization, literally on the 24th of September, and you might feel this energy also day before and day after, you seem to really kind of like see, hey, these are my partners, these are my people, this is my tribe, these are the people that I can count on. There could be new people coming in. There could be a new approach altogether that you bring to the table when it comes to the sector of friendships, but also when it comes to the sector of who you bring on board onto your kind of like team, so to speak, Aries. So a really, really, really action-packed month, if I might say so myself. My dear Taurus, Taurus suns, Taurus risings, September. September is busy, 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 busy. Loads of astrology happening. So let me start off with the 1st of September. Saturn is going to retrograde back into Pisces on the 1st of September, and it's going to be in Pisces until the middle of February. So you may have some additional work that needs to happen when it comes to your goals, your plans for the future, your duties and responsibilities towards a community, a group of people, towards your tribe, so to speak. And maybe you've been working on some important goals since 2023. Saturn transiting through the last leg of Pisces once more is saying, hey, are you gonna get this over the finish line? Are you gonna make it happen? And my recommendation is make it happen. That's what Saturn wants you. It wants you to do the work without shortcuts. 2nd of September, Mercury goes into Virgo, into your 5th house. So your mind is going to be very focused on children, fun, enjoyment, entertainment, but also creative self-expression. Lots of 5th house activity this month. So lots going on when it comes to children, your passions, your hobbies, but also your romantic love sector. 3rd of September, Mercury squares Uranus. Unexpected developments when it comes to maybe like a plan that you had made with a romantic partner, or you might need to change at the very last minute, potentially because of something popping up. You might need to change something that you had planned together with your kids. So if you plan to take them to, I don't know, like extracurricular activities, you might not be able to do that around the 3rd of September. An unexpected expense connected with children, passions, and hobbies could also come up. A party might be more costly than you thought it would be, or something fun might be more costly than you thought it would be. I also feel like someone's potentially going to challenge you a little bit on your values. And it could be someone that is very dear to you. And you might have this kind of like unexpected kind of like conversation around values and what's important and what's not important to you. 5th of September, but you might also feel this 3 days before, 3 days after. Mars is squaring Jupiter. To me, this says big fight energy, big argument, big conflict that is being blown out of proportion. Who are you potentially going to enter into an argument with, Taurians? I mean, I know it's hard to rile you up, but when you do get into arguments, oh gosh, people need to get out of your line of sight. You might have an argument with a colleague, a coworker, a client, potentially a neighbor. You might also have an argument with a friend over something that you had planned, maybe connected with your health. So if you had planned to go to, I don't know, like some sort of like a physical like activity event together, or like attend a class together, your friend might bail out and you might be like, no, what are you doing? There seems to be a conflict over differences in sort of like beliefs and worldviews and life philosophies as well coming up. I would be very careful not to overdo things, both in the workspace as well as when it comes to looking after yourselves health-wise. So if you do go to the gym, if you are physically active, there is a chance of overdoing things. Jupiter in a square to Mars is saying too much Mars, too much energy. You might burn yourselves out. You might injure yourselves. You don't have to injure yourselves, but hey, slow down. And that is also my big recommendation. Please slow down when you're working out. Please slow down when you talk at work, and please slow down when you drive. It is not worth the rush. Do not speed. That's my recommendation. 2nd of September, Uranus goes retrograde in Gemini in your 2nd house. So things are potentially for a little bit slowing down when it comes to changes in like values, value system, but also shakeups when it comes to your sources of income. 7th of September, we have a full moon lunar eclipse active a week before and a week after. The celestial tide is kind of like activated, the tide of destiny. There's a lot to be said about this full moon lunar eclipse. On the one hand, I feel like you could be one of the few signs Taurians that are actually like really, really happy about how things play out. So this eclipse could be a very kind of like successful time for you Taurians, because you're completing a big project. You're completing something that was on your kind of like list of goals for a long time. So this could be some sort of a dream come true. At the same time, you could be celebrating something. You could be celebrating something with a friend. You could be celebrating something with maybe a sibling, with a cousin. You could be celebrating something connected with your studies, your learning sort of like process. But it also feels like a friend could exit your life, or they could be moving on to sort of like a different trajectory in their life, and maybe you're no longer going to spend as much time together. Maybe they're moving countries. Maybe they're kind of like changing things dramatically in terms of their day-to-day life, and it could be a very, very, very emotional eclipse. There is also a possibility you might have a really important conversation with someone, and you sort of like get clarity in regards to what you want your future to look like. The challenging thing about this eclipse is that Jupiter is going to still be squaring Mars. So I feel like part of you is really frustrated with something. Part of you is really frustrated with maybe where you've left things with someone. Maybe you're still frustrated after a big fight, after a big conflict, after a big argument. Be the better person, be the bigger person. It's okay to admit mistakes. It's okay to admit that you care a great deal about someone, even if words have been thrown about, so to speak. This full moon also, it's a full moon lunar eclipse, but it's still a full moon, might also get you to sort of like reconsider what you want your life to look like when it comes to romance, but also when it comes to the topic of children. So you might sort of look at these topics from a much, much, much broader perspective. And I do feel you're somehow sort of like grateful to be in this position. Maybe it is a time to count your blessings. You may count your blessings. I am going to say it. 13th of September, Sun conjuncts Mercury, a day of clarity when it comes to creative projects, when it comes to where you stand with someone from a romantic perspective. You might have some really productive conversations with your romantic partner, with a, with one of your children. If you have kids, you might talk about things that are very sort of like practical. I also feel like you now know what you really enjoy in life. And I know that sounds like such a, I don't know, maybe like a cheesy thing to say, Taurians, but so many people are struggling to figure out what makes them happy. And I believe that you have clarity on that around the 13th of September. 17th of September, Mercury opposes Saturn. It does feel like no matter how hard you try, you just can't seem to get on the same page with someone. It could be with a friend, it could be with a romantic partner, it could be with a boss. So maybe agree to disagree, or maybe just kind of like revisit this conversation later because this person seems to be having maybe a harder time connecting with you. Maybe they're going through something difficult emotionally. So you might be trying to like speak in a rational, sort of like reasonable manner to them, but they're just putting up this kind of like wall. 18th of September, Mercury goes into Libra in your house of day-to-day work, and it is opposing Neptune. Something is very unclear at work. 18th of September, maybe also the day before, less so the day after. The day after, I feel like you are having an aha moment in regards to how a problem at work needs to be solved. You're thinking on the 19th of September, to be very specific, you are thinking like very clearly. Your mind is receiving these, I almost want to call them like downloads of like original, unconventional kind of like solutions. You're very sharp in your perception of things. You seem to see exactly how things need to be transformed in the workplace. The way that you talk is so impressive. So do talk, do put forward your ideas around the 19th of September, especially in the workspace, because you're probably going to impress whoever it is that you present them to. But the 18th of September is just not it. So conversations are kind of like muddied and ambiguous, and there could be something going on behind the scenes that you're not aware of that is sort of like distorting the information that you're getting from work. So I wouldn't necessarily make big decisions or have important meetings around the 18th of September. I mean, if you have to, that's okay, but do revisit what is being kind of like talked through. 19th of September, also Venus goes into Virgo in your 5th house until the 13th of October. Venus is your chart ruler, and the 5th house is a really sort of like enjoyable house to have Venus transit through. So for the most part, I do believe you're probably going to be more invested until the 13th of October in having fun, being creative, enjoying life, maybe spending time with children, maybe doing things that involve looking after your health, looking after yourself, Taurians, so such as like, I don't know, like self-care, and these do seem to be a source of pleasure. However, 20th of September, Venus squares Uranus. I feel like something is sort of like shaking up 20th of September, maybe the plans and the schedule and the routine that you had in mind when it comes to self-care, when it comes to looking after yourselves, when it comes to enjoyment. And 21st of September, we have a solar eclipse in Virgo with the South Node. Something's coming out of your life, and it's making room for a fresh start. Now, it could be that you are saying goodbye to a creative project. It could be that you're going to spend less time working on maybe one of your kind of like passions and hobbies and creative outlets. It could also be that you are saying goodbye to a relationship that was really, really, really close to your heart. Maybe a relationship with a friend, but also maybe a romantic relationship could be exiting your life if you've been dating someone for some time. I feel like your approach to the topic of children is also going through a reset. So you might become much more aware of kind of like external like rules and restrictions and limitations when it comes to this particular sector. And as a result, you might go about things connected with children, maybe connected with their health, connected with their education. You might go about things a little bit differently than what you had initially envisaged. You could also start a new project, a new creative project in the workspace around this time, but I feel like there's more for you to learn here. And I feel like you need to work within the confines of kind of like specific limitations and like a more sort of like rigid framework than you are comfortable working with, just as an FYI. 22nd of September, Mars goes into Scorpio in your house of relationships until the 4th of November. I mean, Mars is in domicile in Scorpio, so let me just put it out there. This can be a really sexy time. It can also feel like a time when partners demand a lot of energy, a lot from you. They might be very focused on what they want as opposed to what you want. Nevertheless, if you're comfortable allowing them to sort of like take control and lead the way, this can be actually a really good time relationship-wise. I do want to give you a heads up, however, about the 24th of September when Mars squares Pluto. A very intense, potentially destructive conflict with someone in a position of power. I would be careful here because you don't want to make powerful enemies. I mean, and this feels like a day when you might be in the ring with a very, very powerful enemy. It could be someone in the professional space. It could also be someone who has sort of like influence and authority to an extent over your life. There is also a possibility that you might have a big conflict over a matter connected with your career, a big sort of like fight, a big argument with a significant other. So with your partner, you might not be on the same page. They might also let you know, hey, I'm doing this big thing connected with my career, and you might not necessarily take it very well because it may bring upon you as a couple a big transformation of some sorts. But also 24th of September. I mean, actually 22nd of September, the sun goes into Libra in your 6th house of day-to-day work. And 24th of September, the sun trines Uranus and Pluto. To me, this feels like the 24th is a very sort of like mixed day. On the one hand, there could be a big conflict, a sort of like big kind of like transformative experience when it comes to your collaboration with someone, when it comes to your relationship with maybe a boss, an authority figure. At the same time, 24th of September, you seem to be really excited and very much looking forward to new projects, new work, new people, new ideas in the professional space. There is a chance you could be starting some sort of a new job around the 24th of September. There's also a chance that people could be coming into your life that completely alter your path, professionally speaking. They are here to teach you how to work in a novel way. They are here to teach you to value yourselves and to use your resources and your talents in a novel way, Taurians. And it is, I kid you not. I mean, to me, it looks like it's very exciting, but not everyone is going to be that excited. Not everyone is going to be thrilled with the changes that you're making. I mean, maybe you're also letting your boss know, hey, I'm going, and they have a full-on meltdown. That is a possibility, Taurians. And that is September for you, my dear Geminis, Gemini suns and Gemini risings. September, what's happening? There's a lot happening both at home as well as in your public life, in your professional life, when it comes to your status, when it comes to your reputation, when it comes to your place in the world, Geminis. So 1st of September, Saturn goes back into Pisces until the middle of February. You still have some work to do on the career front, Geminis. You might also have some duties and responsibilities and work to do when it comes to your contribution to society. So if we leave career aside for a second, I'm going to sort of like draw your attention towards how you are of service to society, how you are helping society. You've got work. You've been maybe saddled with additional duties and responsibilities, both career-wise as well as when it comes to, again, your place in the world. You might have been saddled with extra responsibilities as of 2023, as of March of 2023. Well, Saturn is here to kind of like nudge you to do the job well. The job is almost at an end. And when I say the job, I don't necessarily mean the actual kind of like employment. I mean, you proving to the world that you are worthy of this status, that you are worthy of these responsibilities, that you are worthy of this job title, that you are worthy of this position, of this role. You've still got some proving to do, I want to say, Geminis, until mid-February. If there's anything that you've been building in the professional space since 2023, there's still some building left to be done, or some sort of like finishing touches until mid-February. You have it in you. You know what this asks of you. It asks you to be emotionally intelligent. It asks you sometimes to work in a very sort of like confusing environment, in an environment where you don't know exactly what is what. It asks you to know when to do nothing. I know I keep on saying, oh, work, but sometimes part of the work is holding ourselves back and not jumping into action or into taking rash decisions. 2nd of September, Mercury goes into Virgo in your 4th house of home, family, and living situation. So I feel like there's a lot of conversations that are probably going to happen with family members and at home all the way until the 18th of September. Your mind is going to be very focused on your private life. I will say this, Geminis, from the 2nd of September until the 18th when Mercury goes into Libra. 3rd of September, Mercury squares Uranus. So some unexpected information comes to your attention, and you might even surprise yourselves, Geminis, in terms of your reaction to it. Now, this unexpected piece of information may be connected with your family, your home life, your property sector, your living situation. I feel like you are being very like unconventional and maybe even like rebellious in the way that you convey messages and in the way that you sort of like approach a matter in your private life. You also seem to be hell-bent on doing things your way at home, regardless of what someone else is telling you, or regardless of what they're bringing to your attention from a practical, analytical perspective. You're like, no, I've made up my mind. We're going to do things the new way. 5th of September, Mars squares Jupiter. This energy is also active 3 days before and 3 days after. This is quite big. There could be a big conflict, a big fight, a big argument over a financial matter, over a career matter. And who are you fighting with? Maybe with a loved one, maybe with a parent, maybe with a child, I wanna say. So let's say you have kids, they could be super like reproachful and say, hey, you've only been investing time into your work and you don't spend any time with us, and we want more of your energy and attention and time and so on. I would be careful, 5th of September, active again, 3 days before, 3 days after, when it comes to jumping into anything of a romantic nature, because you might potentially live to regret it. You might realize, hey, I was quite rash, I was quite impulsive, and I don't know why I rushed into this whole thing. Also, do be careful when it comes to physical sort of like activities that appear to be fun, but that require maybe more caution than you are employing. Maybe more caution than you have available in your tank, so to speak, around the 5th of September. So do be careful if you're working out, if you are doing anything sort of like physically demanding. There is a possibility, let's say, for example, that you're playing tennis and you might play for way too long, or like stress the body and just sort of like experience a bit of an injury. So slow down, if you ask me. There could also be fights or kind of like conflicts. When I say fights, I mean arguments over differences in values between you and, I repeat, someone that is quite close to your heart, which is what could kind of like make the whole thing a little bit more painful than it needs to be. Uranus is going to go retrograde in Gemini, 6th of September. So you've been having these sort of like flashes of insight as to how to change your life, how to disrupt your current life trajectory, probably as of July. Gemini's now, Uranus going retrograde is giving you the time to reflect before you jump in. 7th of September, we have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. So an eclipse activating your house of career, but also your house of home, family, and living situation. I feel like you are getting a big win from a professional perspective. The thing is, with eclipses, destiny is at play, right? So what does that mean? It means that things are happening in your career sector and in your public life sector potentially as well, that you did not necessarily choose, that you did not necessarily ask for, that you did not necessarily prepare for. And maybe when these things do happen, there's a high chance that they could spell the end of an existing chapter. So an existing professional chapter might come to an end. You might say goodbye to a role, you might say goodbye maybe to an industry, you might say goodbye to a company, but this seems to be very good for you. Why, Geminis? Because Jupiter, which is the dispositor of the eclipse, is going to be exalted in Cancer in your house of income and self-worth. So if something is coming to an end, it is because you are moving on to something else, something better, something, I want to say much better paid, something that brings in more abundance into your life. And in this particular case, more abundance in the form of money. So if you are leaving a job behind, if maybe your company is being sold, if you're looking to find a new role, a new position, I'd say that this is absolutely for the better. And circumstances beyond your control are probably going to nudge you in this direction. Why is this for the better? Because you're going to end up in a better paid situation. You're going to end up thinking even more kind of like highly of yourselves, Gemini. So your self-worth and your self-esteem is also getting a boost. There is a possibility that bosses, figures of authority, managers could leave at the time of this eclipse. Again, this seems to put you once again in a very advantageous position. Whoever comes in, maybe new management, is probably going to appreciate you and value you even more. Now, Jupiter is exalted in Cancer, so that's why I feel like you're benefiting, either in terms of self-worth, or in terms of like being valued, or in terms of like finances. You're benefiting from this eclipse. At the same time, Jupiter is going to be still in a square to Mars. I feel like things are happening very quickly. They're happening maybe faster than you signed up for, and you might need to sort of like take action at a faster rate than what you are normally comfortable with, let's say, in order to take advantage of this eclipse. Last but not least, big developments in the professional space could also spell out you leaving behind an existing home and living situation, or you potentially kind of changing your private life, maybe by spending less time at home, for example. Sun conjuncts Mercury, 13th of September. I love this. Important conversations happening at home, clarity in regards to how you want things to look like in the home sector and the family sector. You could be having important conversations about how to solve a problem at home, how to fix an issue. It could be a very practical issue. And if anyone's working on a concrete, practical matter connected with your home life, so if anyone's like fixing a wall for you at home, or I don't know, like replacing the washing machine, the job is probably going to be a well done job. 17th of September, maybe also active a day before and a day after. Mercury opposes Saturn. Conversations are hard. They're hard with whom? So you might need to come back to them, and you might not necessarily reach an agreement with parents, bosses. I want to say also maybe people who you look up to, so authority figures or like mentors or guides. It really feels like you're trying to pinpoint the practical aspects of a matter around this time, but they are, for whatever reason, whoever it is that you're talking to, they're saying no, or they're being extra difficult, or you just kind of like can't reason with them. That is because they seem to be in a space of maybe like fear, or kind of like overly kind of like focusing on another matter that they've been struggling with. So they might not give you the time of day. They might not even be paying a lot of attention to what you're saying. You might also have to do some really boring work for like a family member, or just like do the taxes and things of that nature. 18th of September, Mercury goes into Libra. You're probably going to like this transit, because Libra for you, Gemini risings especially, is in your 5th house of fun and enjoyment. But I don't like the 18th of September when it comes to fun and enjoyment. That is because someone seems to disappoint you. It could be a friend, it could be a loved one, it could be a child, it could be a romantic partner. They seem to disappoint you with something that they say. They don't want to do things your way. They might come across as selfish. You might try to find a sort of like middle ground and potentially like plan something together, or maybe you had something planned together and they're like, no, I'm not going to show up for our, I don't know, monthly catch up. I'm going to do something else. So you might be kind of like left stranded, so to speak. The mind is quite kind of like befuddled and confused, maybe for you, maybe for other people, but nevertheless, it seems to cause quite a bit of frustration around the 18th of September. 19th of September, on the other hand, Mercury trines Uranus and Pluto. A fabulous day when it comes to all things fun, all things networking related, all things connected with education, all things connected with creative ideas. You are brilliant when it comes to bringing to people's attention unique, unconventional, outside of the box perspectives and ideas. You seem to have like a day of like inspiration, of aha moments, of revelations. It's a great day to speak in public. It's a great day to connect with like-minded individuals. It's a great day to allow inspiration to flow in. So 19th of September, great. Also on the 19th of September, Venus enters Virgo until the 13th of October. So relationships with, I want to say, people that you live with, relationships with family members, anyone who's in your home are probably going to see an improvement. I do believe people are likely to be a lot more, let's say, accommodating. So maybe family members, maybe your tenants. If you are looking to find anyone to work on your home in any shape or form, to fix something, to improve something at home, it could be, I repeat, a very tangible, concrete matter. Venus is here to give you support. You might also be hosting people in your home from the 19th of September until the 13th of October. This is a good time to also kind of like beautify the home, but maybe beautify it by taking things out of the home. So the Virgo energy loves a proper kind of like cleaning up, and it is a very, very discerning energy, and an energy kind of like focused on removing the inessential. So if you want to beautify things at home, what is not essential? What do you need to get rid of? Do not hoard. I mean, I think that's sort of like a general advice that is good for everyone. 20th of September, Venus squares Uranus. I feel like someone's trying to get you on their side. But again, you're in a very rebellious mood, Geminis, and you're like, no, I don't want to do things your way. I don't want to collaborate with you. I do not want to cooperate. Make sure that if you are being rebellious, it's for a good cause, right? 21st of September, solar eclipse in Virgo. A fresh start at home, in your private life, in your home life. A fresh start that involves a release, a letting go of something. So you might be leaving behind a home, you might be relocating, you might be saying goodbye to someone who's lived with you, such as, I don't know, like a housemate. So all of these are very, very possible. There is a possibility that a parent is also experiencing a fresh start, but a fresh start that again involves a release of something. So something's coming to an end for them. Maybe they're retiring. Maybe they are wrapping up a job. Maybe they're moving. Maybe they are the ones sort of like relocating. If you're starting, I don't know, maybe your own family, let's say. So this solar eclipse can actually bring in maybe potentially like new people into your home life. I am thinking of children possibly. You may need to consider what that means for your work and for your career, and you may need to consider sort of like what it is that you will have to give up on in order to allow for this new chapter to fully unfold, let's say. If you are to align yourselves with the energy of the eclipse, Geminis, and my recommendation would be to do so. If anything exits your private life, I would let it go. Because eclipses are when the universe is sort of like giving us a nudge onto the right path, onto our path of destiny, so to speak. So there's no point in holding on to or in trying to hold on to what is no longer working, what is no longer functional. 22nd of September, Mars goes into Scorpio until the 4th of November. You are going to be on fire at work. You're going to be very busy, very driven, very motivated. You are going to be also probably in a rush to get things done. You're also going to have a lot of like energy. Mars is about like stamina and strength and force to put into health matters. So if you know you need to take care of your health, if you know you need to, I don't know, be more intentional, Mars is here to support you. Sun goes into Libra 22nd of September. So for the next month, it does feel like romantic love is also on your radar, Geminis, and fun. And 24th of September can actually be a really fun day, a day of like celebration, but also a day to allow new energy to come into your life from a creative perspective, maybe new ideas, but also potentially new people if you are looking to date and to meet someone. 24th of September, however, Mars is also squaring Pluto. This can be a very kind of like intense transformative energy that you experience either in the workspace or in the health space. Health-wise, please don't push yourselves too much on the 24th of September, maybe also day before and day after, because there is a high possibility, a high chance of accidents. So if you're, I don't know, lifting weights in the gym, don't try to score a personal best on the 24th. Work-wise, there can be legislation or kind of like legislation changes and transformations that are unfolding that may sort of like translate into your day-to-day work in a way that you're not necessarily really happy with. You might initially be quite angry. There's also a possibility that you might try to fight this sort of like legal kind of like entity or like legal institution around this time, around the 24th. And if you're looking to fight them, do be prepared for a very significant and a very kind of like powerful adversary, Geminis. So do be mindful of what you're getting yourselves into. That's just my recommendation. Cancerians. Fellow Cancerians, Cancer suns and Cancer risings. I am a Cancer rising, in case you're wondering why I say fellow Cancerians if you're here for the very first time on my channel. Oh, Cancerians, what a month September is gonna be. If I were in your shoes, I would allow room for changes. Potentially last minute, potentially unexpected. I would allow room for changes when it comes to any plans that you had made concerning education and travel. And also potentially concerning your dealings with legal entities and legal kind of like maybe institutions, courts of law, and so on. So 1st of September, Saturn goes retrograde. I mean, Saturn is already retrograde, but it retrogrades back into Pisces until the middle of February of next year. So Cancerians, if you've been working on something from an educational perspective, from a legal perspective, or anything connected with sort of like foreign lands and foreign countries, if you've been working on something since 2023, since March of 2023 to be very precise, Saturn going back into this part of your chart is saying, hey, you have to wrap up what you've started. You have to finish the job. You have to get the job done. So if you set like a goal for yourselves, for example, if you said, hey, I'm going to apply for a green card, or I'm going to apply for my foreign residency, or I'm going to apply for my PhD, or I'm going to finish my PhD, Saturn comes knocking back at your door and is saying, you got to get this job done until mid-February in order to feel like you've achieved what you were meant to achieve throughout this chapter of Saturn transiting Pisces. Things might be sort of like slow, and you might experience maybe delays in this regards because, hey, Saturn does like to bring obstacles and tests and challenges, but sometimes the test with Saturn and Pisces is to sort of like maintain your inner stability in the face of challenges and in the face of external obstacles. Maintain your inner kind of like peace and harmony in the face of things that you cannot control, even though you would like to, because Pisces is about accepting, right? So if you do need to finish your, PhD thesis, by all means, go ahead and do it. But also if you need to wait for your green card to arrive, then arm yourselves with patience. This chapter is going to be fully over at mid-February of next year. 2nd of September, Mercury goes into Virgo. In your 3rd house, your mind is super active. Your mind is on fire. You have a lot of people that you need to talk to, a lot of emails to send, a lot of phone calls to make, at least until, I want to say at least until the 18th of September, but it might actually be until the 21st of September. If you have anything that you need to write, get it out of the way. My recommendation is because Mercury in Virgo is in domicile. So it's going to help you find the right sort of like approach, the right voice, the correct sort of like facts and data. And it's going to give you the intellectual sort of boost that you need to wrap up any project that involves a lot of writing. 3rd of September, Mercury squares Uranus. I mean, any travel plans that you had made, especially concerning road trips, for instance, or concerning maybe your commute or anything involving trains. I mean, prepare for your plans to potentially not unfold as you thought they would unfold. There could be delays with trains. Trains could get canceled. Your car might need something to be sort of like replaced. There could be an incident on the road, so do prepare for your commute to be longer than you thought it would be. These kinds of like issues might come up. 5th of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after, Mars is squaring Jupiter in your 1st house. Oh gosh. Okay, so I'm gonna give you a few recommendations, Cancerians. Take them, leave them, up to you what you do with them. You have free will. But first and foremost, I would say, do not overdo things physically throughout this period. There is a risk of accidents. There is a risk of kind of like pushing yourselves too much from a physical perspective. It could be at the gym, but it could also be when you're trying to move things around the house. Do not try to carry more than you are comfortable with carrying. I would also be generally careful when it comes to handling maybe like sharp tools around the house, any sort of like machinery around the house, because Mars is getting this sort of like inflammatory energy from Jupiter. And yeah, there's a risk of inflammation and accidents. Speaking of inflammation and accidents, I do feel like someone's trying to push your buttons. So we're gonna leave accidents aside for a second. Someone's trying to push your buttons, and it is making you really angry. But you might not enter a full-blown fight with them. You might not enter into an argument. When I say fight, I mean verbal. I don't mean physical, right? You might kind of like experience this deluge of like anger and frustration in the form of tears. There may be a meltdown. You might have the meltdown, but it's also possible that someone else might have the meltdown. You might be witnessing the meltdown. You might be a witness to someone else's meltdown at home. Meltdowns are possible. Someone's trying to get you to move at a faster pace than you're comfortable with. You might feel like they're being insensitive. They might say, hey, you're not looking at this from an objective standpoint. And alas, perfect combination for big arguments. You might also try to defend your beliefs and your views in the interaction that you have with maybe like a family member, and they're not having it. They're trying to be the devil's advocate, and I don't see this getting anywhere productive. I'm just gonna say it. 6th of September, Uranus goes retrograde in Gemini in your 12th house. You might not necessarily notice this unless you have also kind of like planets or energy in the sort of like first degrees of the mutable signs. But essentially, your approach to like mental health has been, and to maybe even your spiritual life has been getting an influx of like radical, new, disruptive, exciting energy as of July. But now with Uranus going retrograde, it's time to kind of like integrate this influx of new energy. 7th of September, active a week before, a week after, we have a full moon lunar eclipse, activating your 9th house, 3rd house axis. Okay, so a culminating point, my dear Cancerians, when it comes to your worldview, your belief system, your life philosophy shifting. You seem to see yourselves in a new light, Cancerians. Your perspective when it comes to who you are, when it comes to your life direction, but also when it comes to your career and your work, your perspective has widened, I'd say. There is a possibility that you might achieve something really big or it could feel like this is almost like a gift to an extent from the universe. It could feel like something is coming to an end when it comes to a matter connected with your academic path, but also maybe a matter connected with foreign lands, foreign countries, maybe foreign residencies. So maybe you are getting that, I don't know, like permanent residency in a different country, or maybe you get accepted into that prestigious PhD program. It feels like a win, and it feels like this is opening up new doors for you. It feels like it's the pathway for like new opportunities. It's the pathway for you to continue to grow, my lovely Cancerians. At the same time, you could be traveling, and around the time of the eclipse, I did say be prepared for travel plans to change. I'm going to stick to what I said, but there is a chance you could be traveling or making plans to travel, or receiving news that require, or you could be receiving news that require you to travel. For the most part, this is probably good news. It's news connected with new opportunities, growth, expansion, education. The world seems to be opening up in a novel way for you, Cancerians. Now, Jupiter is still in a square to Mars at the time of the eclipse, so you might be thinking, hey, this is fantastic. The world is opening up for me. I'm gonna, I don't know, go to business school or whatever. Like I said, the eclipse is probably going to bring good news. You might be worried about how someone in the home is going to receive this news, or you might be worried about the fact that you need to kind of like move really fast and take care of matters connected with your family life, your private life, your home life. You might have to jump into taking care of these issues at home, and things are unfolding very, and I mean very, very, very quickly. So yeah, life is moving. Life is moving forward, Cancerians, and you're gonna have to move fast with it. 13th of September, the Sun conjuncts Mercury in your third house. A great day to sign contracts, a great day to make purchases, a great day to sell something, a great day to find a buyer, to make a presentation, to hold a speech, to have an interview. There's big kind of like aha moments, and there's a lot of clarity happening on this day when it comes to what you value, when it comes to financial decisions. So a really good day, 13th of September. 17th of September, Mercury opposes Saturn. You might have to do some really boring and tedious work concerning maybe your education, or concerning maybe legal matters, anything involving legal entities. If you're traveling, there might be delays, flights might get canceled, things might take a lot longer than you thought they would take. There is a chance you might need to postpone potentially a trip as well. And you do not seem to be on the same page with someone from a mentality, worldview, and life philosophy perspective, and that does seem to be a source of frustration. I'm just gonna say it. Also, car trouble, possibly, or scooter or motorbike trouble, whatever it is that you're riding, like something might be old and it might need to be replaced. 18th of September, Mercury goes into Libra in your fourth house of home, and it's opposing Neptune. So more confusing conversations, or more conversations that seem to be leading nowhere just yet, because the 19th of September is a day of getting on board with people at home, family members, whoever it is that you live with, getting on the same page, and then potentially getting on board with you in terms of how things need to kind of like change in the home sector and in your private life. 18th of September, if you're signing anything, if you are going through documents and paperwork, please, if you can, maybe postpone the signing of anything significant, because things could be a little bit confusing. You might misread something. There is a possibility that someone is trying to lie to you, to blatantly lie to you. There's also a possibility that someone has like really high expectations of you, and they're not taking no for an answer, and they're just a little bit deluded. I'm just gonna say it. It could be a boss, it could be a family member, but it doesn't matter who it is. I'm like, It doesn't matter who it is. They are not being realistic, and you're trying to talk sense into them, and they're like, no, but I have this big vision. And you're like, no, but this big vision is not connected with a 3D reality. But it might take them like a day or two to see that you are right, okay? I did say 19th of September is a great day for important conversations about changes, about whatever needs to change at home, whatever needs to change in your private life, whatever it is that you need to get rid of. Important conversations about also investments, about shared assets, shared resources. So if you're talking to your partner about selling a property, for example, it feels like you're on the same page. It is a good day to maybe find buyers or to kind of like attract the right people into your life if you're looking to sell anything. This is not financial advice. I do want to put it on your radar. Please take this as entertainment, entertaining information only. 19th of September and 24th of September could be good days where you maybe take some wins when it comes to your investments, if you do have investments. So maybe it is worth looking at these 2 days and thinking, should I sell some of my investments? It could be that you take some important wins. 19th of September, you also seem to think with sort of like a fresh, you seem to kind of like think about something like an old issue with a fresh set of eyes, and to bring in a novel perspective, and it's almost like a light bulb moment. And it could be a matter connected with family, it could be a matter connected with your home life, with your living situation, and you might even have this moment of enlightenment where you say, why did I not do this sooner? Well, things happen when they happen sometimes. Also, 19th of September, Venus goes into Virgo in your 3rd house until the 13th of October. So you might enjoy a lot more any and all activities concerning short distance traveling, networking, talking to people, writing, selling, buying, studying. Venus is likely to make you much more sort of like charming in your conversations, in your interactions with others, and relationships with siblings, cousins, neighbors are likely to see an improvement. However, 20th of September, Venus squares Uranus. You might hear something out of the blue, out of nowhere, concerning a neighbor, maybe concerning a sibling. It feels like it's information that was sort of like kept from you, or it seems to be a big sort of like surprise, and part of you is maybe a tiny little bit frustrated with the fact that they didn't trust you, or they didn't see it fitting to share this information with you sooner. 21st of September, solar eclipse in your 3rd house with the South Node. So a fresh start that involves a release, a letting go, a fresh start when it comes to learning, studying, when it comes to your preferred mode of transportation. So maybe you're buying a new car, but maybe you're selling the old one. Maybe you are going to go to work using a different mode of transportation, or maybe this fresh start involves a new commute of some sorts. But again, it feels like something is being released at the same time. You might also release an old way of thinking or an old way of communicating. I'm just going to say it, Cancerians, especially when it comes to interactions with people in the workplace or interactions with people in a professional setup. So you might decide, hey, I'm going to emphasize less these particular aspects or elements in my communications, and I'm going to focus on other aspects in communication. There is a possibility, if you have siblings, that siblings are going through a fresh start of some sorts. Maybe it involves them moving, relocating, or just kind of like living in a new way, in a novel way, in a different way, living maybe with someone else. It's a mixed sort of like bag kind of eclipse, because on the one hand, you do seem to be kind of like relieved that things are starting fresh, but on the other hand, there seems to be a lot of maybe pessimism in your way of seeing this situation, or whoever it is that this fresh start is about. So it might not be about you, it could be about your sibling. It could feel like your sibling is maybe quite pessimistic and maybe even a little bit depressed when it comes to this new chapter of their life. So you might want to be there for them and kind of like support them and offer some encouragement. 22nd of September, Mars goes into Scorpio in your 5th house until the 4th of November. Now, technically, this is a great time to have to have fun and to have sex, because Mars in Scorpio in the 5th house loves to have both, but especially sex. And it might also like to have fun in a very sort of like active manner, such as through sort of like working out and experiences of this type. It may be that you're very driven and motivated also throughout this period. So until the beginning of November, to put energy into your passions, into your hobbies, and into all things romantic. Do be careful 24th of September when Mars is squaring Pluto. So if you're working out, if you're having fun that involves sort of like physical energy being spent somehow, if you're having fun in a way that may be a tiny little bit dangerous, physically especially, 24th of September, please, and maybe also a day before and day after, employ caution. Don't overdo things. Do not take unnecessary risks. Danger is real. Something could break. There is a risk of accidents. If you're going to a party, make sure that you don't spend too much time on your own. Make sure that you don't do anything that could potentially be dangerous, that could put you in a risky situation, because the danger is real actually around the 24th of September. So just kind of like play it safe, even if it doesn't feel that fun. Also, if you have kids, the same recommendations apply to your children. If they're going to a party, if they're spending time with friends, please, please, please urge them to be more cautious. Urge them to not engage in risky behavior, because the consequences could be really intense. Pluto intensifies this energy. The sun goes into Libra on the 22nd of September. So for the next month, the spotlight is again going to be on like family, home life, private life. And also on the 24th of September, the sun trines Uranus and Pluto. There's a sense of a transformation kind of like happening in a very auspicious way at home, in your home life, in your family life. It could be a transformation of how you live. So maybe you're going to live differently. Maybe you're going to move into a different space. Maybe you are like selling your property and buying another one. There could also be this sense of like a positive transformation, an auspicious transformation happening when it comes to your relationship with a family member. So maybe communication is being reestablished if it was broken in the past. There's a lot of things coming to light that seem to change the whole, for the better, that seem to change the whole maybe sector of like home life and family life and private life for you. You might also be taking some big decisions together with someone else in regards to home, property, family, and living situation. These big decisions could also involve the topic of maybe kind of shared assets, inheritance, things of this nature. So money could also be in the spotlight, or like, again, elements that have to do with your financial security and joint assets. Cancerians, you've got a busy month. I will say that. My dear Leos, Leo suns and Leo risings. September, what does it have in store for you, Leos? Well, the month kicks off with Saturn going back into Pisces all the way until the middle of February of 2026. What does that tell me? It tells me that matters connected with shared assets, shared resources, taxes, debts, potentially investments, matters connected with these topics are probably going to come back to your attention. They're going to come back into the spotlight. And it looks like to me that you'll have some more work to do in regards to one or like several of these issues, all the way until February of 2026. Now, the work that you need to do is probably work that you are fully aware of. It's probably work that's been on your radar maybe since 2023 at some point, since March of 2023. So maybe it's something that you've been dealing with, something that you've been focusing on for a good few years. this last leg of Saturn transiting through Pisces is saying, okay, it's time to get this over the finish line. It's time to get this sorted. It's time to wrap things up, but you have to do this in a very Saturnian manner. So you have to do this with focus, commitment, discipline, and patience. And discipline also from an emotional perspective. So keep your cool, keep your calm, and maybe deal with those uncomfortable feelings that might come up when you address matters concerning shared resources, for example. There's also a possibility, if you have a partner, that they've been kind of like dealing on and off with struggles from a financial perspective. I feel like there's more work that they need to engage in on this front all the way until February of next year in order for things to be kind of like stabilized on this particular topic. If you have a partner and they've been struggling with maybe controlling their expenses or sticking to a budget, then my big recommendation would be kind to them, be gentle to them. They're trying. They're trying, and it's not easy, it's not simple, and they might benefit from your kind of like added emotional support. It could also be that you have to support them from a financial perspective. That is a possibility until mid-February of next year. And maybe you've been thinking, hey, is this going to come to an end? And probably yes, or the burden is probably not going to feel as heavy, but you do have until mid-February on that front. A lot of focus on money this month. I'm just going to say it, Leos. Mercury goes into Virgo on the 2nd of September in your house of income. You're going to think about money. You're going to talk about money at least until the 18th of September when Mercury goes into Libra. 3rd of September, an unexpected expense, potentially. Now, I do have to say, from the 2nd of September, I want to say all the way until the 21st, you do have an opportunity to get your ducks in a row financially. You do have an opportunity to get things organized, to plan things, to get things in order from a budgetary perspective, from an expenses perspective. If you're looking to attract clients, if you're looking to have important conversations around money with existing clients, Mercury in Virgo is going to help. The days that I wouldn't necessarily recommend having important conversations around money are the days on which I wouldn't recommend these conversations happen are the 3rd of September when Mercury is squaring Uranus. 17th of September, also maybe a day before and a day after. If you need to talk shop, if you need to talk about money, I also don't like the 18th of September. So just sort of be mindful of that. Now, 3rd of September, there could be an unexpected expense coming up. There's also a possibility that you might have to rethink some of your plans for the future because you're dealing with a new situation from a financial standpoint. There's also a possibility that a friend might all of a sudden bail on you or they might change your plans at the very last minute. And this could be frustrating because maybe you had, I don't know, like paid for like tickets to go together somewhere and they're saying, no, I cannot join, change of plans. 5th of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Mars is squaring Jupiter. Okay, so this is big arguments energy, big fighting energy, I will say it. And the fighting, it's not physical, it might be verbal, but it might involve tears. It might involve things being resurfaced from the past, maybe old feuds or old kind of like troubles and problems and issues and things that you thought were sort of like done and dusted and buried. They might come rushing back to the surface. It could be you who's bringing them back to the surface. It could be the other person that you are in a conflict with. Now, who could you be in an argument with? Who is likely to rile you up, or who are you likely to rile up inadvertently? Leos, neighbors, colleagues, siblings, cousins. Let me see if there's anyone else. To a lesser extent, friends. To a much higher extent, lovers. romantic partners, obviously, and maybe even children. Now, it feels like some information was hidden from you, or some information that was important was not fully kind of like disclosed or revealed, or you didn't realize the magnitude of this maybe piece of information. It's gonna be addressed. It's going to be addressed, but it's probably going to be addressed in a really sort of like over the top way around the 5th of September. My big recommendation is to be mindful of what you say, because you could really hurt someone's feelings, even though you're not trying to. My other big recommendation would be try to put yourself into their shoes, try to empathize with them, because they seem to be struggling from an emotional perspective. They could be dealing with something much bigger than meets the eye. Also, 5th of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Please slow down on the road. Please be cautious when you're driving. Please be cautious in the sort of like local neighborhood and community. Be mindful of your surroundings. Don't rush. Don't just sort of like try to go from A to B without paying attention to what's happening around you. I mean, this energy could be particularly challenging when it comes to cars, car accidents, or like car-related incidents in the neighborhood. I'd say. Doesn't mean that any accidents will happen, but I'm just saying, take it slow. Also, be mindful of where you park your car, and if you have car insurance, I mean, I think everyone has car insurance, then you should be fine. Nevertheless, I do want to give you a heads up around car trouble, potentially. 7th of September, active a week before, a week after, we have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. Something is coming to a head. Something is reaching a culminating point when it comes to debts, taxes, inheritance, insurance, investments. I feel like some of you could be cashing out on some of your investments. Some of you could be selling something really important. Some of you could be getting rid of an important debt. You could be paying off a big debt, maybe paying off a loan or like your credit cards. Something could also be coming to a close when it comes to your partner's finances. And as a result of that, you may need to make new plans, new budgets, new spreadsheets, potentially, to factor in the changes that are happening for your partner financially. You could also be ending the collaboration with someone on a business front. Maybe it is someone that's been a trusted, reliable partner up until this point, but you have other plans, you're growing in a different direction, and alas, forgive me, you no longer need their services. Something happened to my phone. It was kind of like doing this. So you might no longer need their services, and you might say goodbye, thank them. They're probably not going to be thrilled if you're doing that. I do have to say Jupiter is still squaring Mars, so they might protest. They might try to get you to agree with them and maybe keep them on board for a little bit longer. And they might try to play the devil's advocate and show you why you're wrong. But I feel like the decision is made, if you ask me. If you've been waiting on any sort of like outcome or result concerning a mortgage, a loan, you're probably going to get the desired outcome. I do feel, however, like you need to have an important conversation around this outcome with someone else in your life. It could be a loved one, it could be a sibling, it could be a cousin. For whatever reason, this outcome seems to affect someone else. It affects you in a positive way. It might affect them in not such a great way. It might mean, I don't know, that money is kind of like taken away from them or something along those lines. Sun conjunct Mercury in your second house on the 13th of September, a fantastic day to talk shop, to speak about money, to agree on maybe paying for certain services. Your mind is like really sharp when it comes to financial matters. Also when it comes to what you should genuinely be sort of like focusing on from a self-growth and self-development perspective. You do seem to be very practical about these things. You seem to be working with the right information, so the mind is doing a great job on the 13th of September. 17th of September and also the 19th of September, so we could say 17th, 18th. No, actually, I'm like, no. Let me stop right here. 17th of September and 18th of September. The 19th is already looking better. 17th, 18th are not my favorite days when it comes to communication, when it comes to sales, when it comes to making presentations, when it comes to dealing with paperwork, with documents, when it comes to dealing with any tasks that require focus and concentration. Why don't I like these days? Because 17th of September is when Mercury opposes Saturn, and 18th is when Mercury opposes Neptune. So 18th can be a day of like really confusing kind of like chats and conversations. Maybe someone's trying to lie to you. Maybe someone's trying to pull the wool over your eyes. 17th of September, someone is just being really stubborn and they're in their feelings and they're dealing with stuff internally and they're not paying attention. They're not listening to you. You are speaking to the wall, metaphorically, obviously. It also feels like someone's trying to convince you to do things differently than you would do them, than you would rather do them on the 17th and on the 18th. The problem is that you don't believe in what they're trying to sell to you, metaphorically speaking. You don't believe in their values. You don't believe in their life philosophy. So you're trying to reason with them. You're trying to meet them sort of like halfway, but it's just a tedious task, and I dare say it might not be very successful either. Also 17th, 18th, you might be in a much sort of gloomier kind of like state of mind, a much more kind of like pessimistic state of mind than necessary. So you might not be reading a situation accurately. 19th of September, however, Mercury trines Uranus and Pluto, a day of fantastic conversations, of like brilliant, like unconventional, novel ideas as to how to make change happen. You do seem to be on the same page, on the same wavelength mentally with the people that matter. So an important partner, people who are significant when it comes to your goals and plans for the future. It could be with a business partner. The 19th is a great day to make a presentation, to hold a speech, to get someone on your side, to kind of like turn an adversary into a friend, into a collaborator, to turn your competitor into your supporter, so to speak. So I'm liking the 19th. Also, the 19th, Venus goes into your second house of income until the 13th of October. So Venus is a very sort of like attractive force. It can attract money. It can attract clients. It can attract the right sort of like energy when it comes to your financial situation. It might also determine you to spend money on Venusian things such as beauty, anything sort of like artistic, aesthetically pleasing, anything that, because Venus is the ruler of your third house, anything that has to do with your car and with your maybe like studies, classes, courses, and so on. And you might also spend money on advisors and consultants, okay? 20th of September, Venus squares Uranus. You're not on the same page with a friend. Your values are not the same as their values. There's also a possibility that a friend might have a completely different set of plans than what you thought you would be doing together when you caught up, and this is taking you by surprise. Maybe you thought you'd be having a nice lunch and they're saying, no, we're going to do a hike, or something that feels very random. 21st of September, solar eclipse in your second house of income, self-worth, and self-esteem with the South Node here. So a fresh start that involves a release of existing values, of what you thought was important or what you kind of invested in up until this point in terms of like money and resources. I feel like you're going to be spending money on other things. There is a possibility that a source of income might be exiting your life around this time, my dear Leos. There is also a possibility that you might need to revisit your budget and your expenses because you're somehow no longer going to be able to rely on someone else's support financially, or because someone else in your life is maybe like struggling financially, you need to cut down your expenses so that you can help them or direct some of your income towards them. You might also decide to charge differently for your services if you work for yourselves, Leos. There is a possibility that as a result some clients might leave, or some clients may no longer be able to afford your services, but it is probably a decision that you've sort of like made peace with, and you're ready to kind of like face the consequences. I don't want it to sound bad because it's not necessarily negative, but some people are just going to say, hey, you're no longer someone that we can afford to work with. Mars goes into Scorpio 22nd of September until the 4th of November. So loads of energy going into your home sector, family life. Things could be happening really quickly. You might need to take action really quickly at home to deal with matters connected with your private life. Mars is squaring Pluto on the 24th of September. So this energy might be active day before and day after. A big fight at home with a family member or with a partner. It could be an explosive fight. There's also a risk of potentially like accidents, incidents, something blowing up at home. So it could be something physical. It could be a pipe. It could be a gas leak. These are very kind of like extreme examples. You have to remember that astrology is purely symbolic. So if you feel like something is a little bit off, don't sleep on it. Take care of it and move quickly and take quick sort of like action. Mars is also connected with like fire and sharp tools and incidents involving like fire and sharp tools. Mars in Scorpio, damage could be done via water. Pluto is hidden, so something might have been sort of like hidden and causing damage. Check things. I mean, you might have this sort of like inspiration almost to look into something that feels a bit off around the 22nd of September. If you feel like that's the case, please do it. Also, 22nd of September, the sun goes into Libra, so lots of focus on kind of like day-to-day comings and goings, short distance travel for the next month or so, talking to people, learning, studying. 24th of September, the same day when Mars is squaring Pluto, the sun is trining Uranus and Pluto. So I feel like if you need help with something, there will be people around you. There are people who you can call. It also feels like you're really supported by some significant people in your life. They could be some good friends. They could be a really sort of like sturdy, reliable, I want to say powerful and influential partner. And these people are instrumental in you achieving your long-term goals and plans for the future. So do count on them, do rely on them. That is my recommendation. If you want to hold maybe like to host a get together, a party, or something of this nature, or like generally like host people into your own home, I do like the 24th of September, but again, make sure that they don't break anything. Virgos, Virgo suns and Virgo risings. September. What is going on, my lovely Virgos, in September? So on the 1st of September, Saturn retrogrades back into Pisces in your 7th house of relationships until mid-February. Saturn has been retrograde since July, but now it goes back into Pisces. So until the middle of February, you still have some work to do on the following fronts, Virgos. Relationship sector, and when I say relationship sector, it doesn't necessarily mean personal relationships, it could be professional relationships. So there may be some sort of like outstanding relationships that need you to sort of like focus on them with intention, to commit to delivering whatever it is that you're expected to deliver by this other person. Some people could be extra difficult, I'm not gonna lie. Some business collaborators, some clients, maybe even some coworkers. And the relationships with these people might cause some frustration. They might feel sometimes like blocks, like obstacles. They do seem to have an important lesson for you, Virgos, which is a lesson in the sphere of empathy, in the sphere of emotional intelligence, and in the sphere of accepting that some people are just very different from you. As rational, critical, logical as you might be, and as much as things might make sense to you from a logical perspective, you're probably sometimes going to encounter walls and obstacles from other people's sort of like input into your life, and not everything can be solved rationally. Not everything can be solved with added kind of like logic. Sometimes you just have to hold space for people emotionally and be patient with them. Mercury goes into Virgo, so your chart ruler for Virgo risings comes into your first house on the 2nd of September. I think you're going to like this energy because Mercury is at home, obviously. So you're going to be very, I was about to say fluent. You're going to be very good at expressing your thoughts, your ideas, your opinions from the 2nd of September all the way until the 18th, when Mercury goes into Libra. You may be a lot clearer in terms of making sense of all the information that you're asked to work with. You may be a lot sort of like more perceptive and a lot clearer in terms of how this affects you, how this affects your life direction. You're going to have a sharp mind, a sharp tongue, possibly sometimes. But you're also going to be very persuasive in communication for the most part. And you're going to know, hey, this is what I want, and I'm going to say it, and I'm going to use my voice. 3rd of September, Mercury squares Uranus. You are very outspoken, but you do seem to encounter a little bit of resistance, of unexpected resistance from someone in the workspace. It could be a boss, it could be a leader, it could be a manager, it could be a client, an influential client. The resistance that you're encountering could take you by surprise, because part of you might be thinking, hey, this makes a lot of sense to me. Why can't they not see it? It's maybe because they have changed their mind at the last minute. So do be prepared for people to change their mind at the last minute. That is their prerogative. And you might need to kind of like adapt your ideas and your suggestions and your recommendations also at the last minute. 5th of September, active 3 days before, 3 days after, Mars squares Jupiter. A big fight with a friend over money is very possible. A big fight with a friend also over differences in beliefs, worldviews, life philosophies. There is this sort of like energy of like overspending. So don't just like rush into spending money. Don't just rush into paying for people. Don't just rush into buying tickets for someone, for a friend, before they have confirmed that they really want to go to that concert with you, because things could escalate. And this is quite a sort of like passive aggressive energy. Like Mars doesn't like to be in Libra. Cancer is a very sort of like touchy sign, moody sign. So it could all get like really passive aggressive here. I would be careful when it comes to making someone feel bad for what they believe in. You don't want to ruin a perfectly good friendship just because you are not 100% aligned in terms of beliefs. I mean, I think it's almost like impossible to be 100% aligned with someone on a sort of like belief system level. Maybe it's not impossible, but maybe it is rare. Also, I feel like saying this, if you're in a relationship, do be careful who you flirt with, and do be careful who you give a lot of attention to, because your partner could misinterpret some of the attention that you give maybe to a friend. They could misinterpret it and say, hey, you like them more than you like me. And it could all, again, kind of like blow up and turn into a big argument. 6th of September, Uranus goes retrograde in Gemini. So things are kind of like slowing down a little bit after maybe an influx of novel kind of like developments and ideas coming into your career sector as of July. So Uranus going retrograde in Gemini is saying, hey, time to reflect on these new ideas, time to reflect on these new possibilities, time to reflect on these maybe like new people that have come into your life from a professional standpoint, and see whether they're worth kind of like keeping around, or whether they're not really people that you see yourself collaborating with in the long term, Virgos. 7th of September, we have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, active week before, week after. A culminating point when it comes to your relationship sector. I feel like a relationship is being taken to the next level. It is evolving. It could be a professional relationship. It could be a romantic relationship. It could be a collaboration with a community, with a group of people, with an organization. So things are evolving in a very auspicious way, I dare say. So if you're with someone romantically, it could be that you're making some big plans for the future. It could be that things happen that sort of like give you a nudge to make big plans for the future. So maybe, I don't know, your partner is asking you to marry them, or maybe you have news and you let your partner know, hey, I'm pregnant. So big things are happening for the better, but the future is going to look very different. It looks like this evolution of your relationship sector is opening up new doors for you in terms of goals, in terms of plans for the future, in terms of what your life is going to look like in the long term. I do see you being excited. I do see you being happy. I do see this as a moment of celebration. Also, if you're in a relationship, it could be that your partner's life is evolving for the better, maybe from a professional perspective. And that also means things are evolving for you, Virgos, because you're in a partnership with them. Maybe you need to consider whether you're going to live someplace else, whether you're going to, I don't know, have to adjust your life as a result of positive things entering the life of your significant other. Nevertheless, Jupiter is still going to be in a square to Mars. Please talk about money. Money can be a source of friction. Money can be a source of conflict if you don't get things straight when it comes to the financial aspect of your future and what your life is going to look like. I do believe it can cause unnecessary tension further down the line. Now, if you are not in a relationship, this full moon lunar eclipse can bring in what feels like a very, very, very fated partnership. And it could be with someone that is already a friend, or it could be with someone that is sort of like introduced to you by your friends, or who hangs out with your circle of friends. So there can be significant developments romantically, also for those of you who are single, or maybe kind of like in an unofficial arrangement, romantically speaking. Some of you could also introduce your partner to maybe your group of friends, and it feels official somehow. Sun conjuncts Mercury on the 13th of September. Great day to talk to people. Great day to present your ideas. Great day to make up your mind about what you want to do next professionally. It's also a great day for an interview. Generally a great day for an exam. So all things mental, intellectual, mercurial, so to speak. 17th of September and 18th of September, I don't like these days. I mean, conversations are difficult, they're hard, they don't seem to be going anywhere. On the 17th of September, someone is not ready to hear you out. Someone is not ready for your arguments. Someone is not ready to kind of like see things in a very practical manner, and that's probably going to cause frustration. It also feels like things are taking much longer to explain than they should be on the 17th of September, because the other person is just like not fully maybe like present mentally. 18th of September, do be careful when it comes to conversations around money, and when it comes to handling any sort of like paperwork, documents, anything in writing concerning money. Mistakes could be made. Someone might try to scam you also. Someone might try to lie to you. So employ caution. A great day for conversations connected with work, money, your professional path, but also conversations about your career progression, conversations about your health. The 19th of September is a great day for that. This is also a great day for an interview, a great day to wow a client, to win them over. So I love the 19th of September. Venus also comes into Virgo on the 19th of September. You're getting that extra glow from Venus, who is making you extra attractive, charming. I mean, all the way until the 13th of October, you might also feel kind of like much better in your own skin. You might want to invest in your looks and taking care of yourselves. Romantically, this is a great time to attract potential partners and to feel like really sort of like sexy. You might also really enjoy being of service to other people throughout this whole period. 20th of September, Venus squares Uranus. I feel like once again, things are really sort of like unpredictable in the workspace, but you're kind of like trying to take things into your own stride, and you're trying to be accommodating, and you're probably doing a good job. I will just say it, even though, I kid you not, you're dealing with some really, yeah, just kind of like unpredictable, like volatile, I want to say to an extent unreliable people, my dear Virgos. Solar eclipse, 21st of September, active week before, week after, in your first house. A fresh start, a new beginning when it comes to your identity, your place in the world, your life direction. This eclipse does seem to involve a release of an old identity. You're leaving behind maybe an old way of dressing, an old way of looking after yourselves, an old way of kind of like making an appearance in the world. Maybe you need to dress differently. Maybe you need to, I don't know, be less casual and put on a more sort of like professional kind of look. This eclipse is also opposing Saturn. I feel like someone's telling you, hey, you have to show up in a certain way, maybe in the workspace. You might feel a tiny little bit judged if you don't make certain changes when it comes to your looks and your appearance, probably because of the interactions that you have with certain people within the workspace. Now, this could also be the time when you change your approach to your health, and it could be something that is prompted by your interaction with maybe like a health practitioner or a coach, and they're saying, hey, you got to stop doing this thing. This is not healthy. And you might decide, okay, I'm going to listen to them. They're the professional sort of advisor. They know what they're talking about. And I got to take this very, very seriously. You may be leaving behind some old habits in terms of how you've been looking after yourselves, Virgos. Even though you thought they were healthy, it looks like they really weren't, or maybe they were messing up your mental health. I feel like this solar eclipse is also giving you a nudge to put to use your talents and your skills and your resources in a novel way. Mars goes into Scorpio from the 22nd of September until the 4th of November. You're going to put a lot of energy into talking to people, writing, speaking, maybe like traveling, short distance, lots of short distance like trips to make. Do be careful on the road. 24th of September, Mars is squaring Pluto. Something like a tire could blow up, or there could be an incident on the road. Take extra kind of like time to get to your destination. Please do not speed, and please do be careful, and don't let anger take over if anyone is making you angry on the road. Also, 24th of September, there could be a clash in communication with someone in the workspace. Do be careful not to make powerful enemies, because this person might have like a great deal of influence in the workspace. So be careful what you say, tread carefully, and even though you might be angry, choose your battles wisely. Also, 24th of September, the sun, which has entered Libra a couple of days before, is going to trine Uranus and Pluto. This is a very interesting day, because I feel like you are experiencing a massive win professionally. You are experiencing a win in terms of your status, your reputation. You're being appreciated. You're being valued. You feel good about yourselves. Other people are sort of validating you and acknowledging your talents and your resources and your skills. And it feels like something is coming together very beautifully in terms of you changing your work situation for the better. Maybe you're working in a new environment, you're working with new people, there's new ideas coming in, there's new sort of like tools that you're going to use. There's new exciting collaborations that are sort of like coming to light. Take the win, but also be careful how you be careful not to say the wrong thing, and not to be like too bold and too courageous and too kind of like in a rush in your communications. Also on the same day, 24th of September, maybe also a day before and a day after. That is Virgo. My dear Libras, Libra suns and Libra risings, September 2025. What does it have in store for you, Libras? Well, the month begins with Saturn going back into Pisces. So Saturn has already been retrograde as of this summer, and it goes back into Pisces all the way until the middle of February of 2026. What does that mean? It means that you have some loose ends to tie up in one of the following sectors: work, health, children, family life, home and living situation. So have a think about the things that you've been working on, that you've been focusing on, maybe also the things that you've been potentially struggling with in one or several of these sectors as of March of 2023. That is when Saturn entered Pisces in your 6th house, especially I'm talking to Libra risings here. You've got a little bit of extra work left to do. Whether that's got something to do with your habits, with looking after yourselves, with taking care of your health, whether that's got something to do with revisiting your work situation and really sort of asking yourselves, is this ideal for me? Is this something that I'm willing to put up with in the long term? Or do I need to put effort and discipline and concentrate on maybe restructuring my work situation? Some of the challenges that you might have dealt with either at work or at home or health-wise might be back on your radar, but you've got, what is it, like a good few months: September, October, November, December, January, almost 6 months. You've got a good 6 months, almost 5 months and a half, to take care of these issues. Saturn generally rewards patience, discipline, commitment, and effort, I do have to say. And there's generally no shortcuts with Saturn. You just have to put in the time, put in the work, put in the effort. And sometimes the effort is emotional. It's not necessarily physical. 2nd of September, Mercury goes into Virgo in your 12th house. I feel like you're going to be very busy behind the scenes all the way, at least until the 18th of September. It also, however, feels to me like you're becoming much clearer over the next few weeks on the areas in your life that need to be addressed, that need to be cleaned up, so to speak, that need to be purged. You might have tremendous clarity of mind when it comes to solving problems that have been getting in the way of the normal functioning of your sort of like day-to-day life. You might also be very active behind the scenes when it comes to working on something mercurial. So maybe learning something, reading something, taking an exam, preparing for an exam. And Mercury is going to help you. I do want to put it out there. I will say this, however: Mercury is going to connect with the South Node. Let me see exactly when that's happening. So Mercury will be connecting with the South Node in Virgo. Let's see. Around the 10th until maybe like the 14th of September. These are not my favorite dates when it comes to reading, writing, learning, studying, or taking an exam. These can be some really good days to be of service to someone in a sort of like selfless manner, to do some sort of like charitable work, maybe to help someone sort out their papers or like their paperwork. But I would not necessarily schedule exams throughout this period. 3rd of September, Mercury squares Uranus. This day, maybe also the day before and the day after, it can bring disruption when it comes to traveling. And there can be sort of like unexpected news coming from abroad or from legal entities or institutions. 5th of September, Mars squares Jupiter in Cancer. Now, you might feel this energy also a few days before and a few days after. This to me says big argument. Big argument with whom, you might ask? Well, big argument probably in the workspace. Maybe with the boss, maybe with a manager. You may feel like you have to stand up and defend your beliefs, there is a very high possibility that you might get a very sort of like strong response from someone in a position of power. Do choose your battles wisely, because they can absolutely escalate, if you ask me. From a health perspective, this is an aspect, this is a square that can get a little bit sort of like carried away. So you might go a little bit overboard. Not overboard. Yeah, maybe that's the word. You might overdo things, and there is a risk of injury as a result of pushing your body too hard. So don't try to impress anyone with your sort of like physical capabilities, because it's not the time, if you ask me. Mars and Jupiter can also spell big inflammation. Now, obviously, I'm not a doctor, so please take the advice of your doctor above everything else. Jupiter expands whatever it touches. Mars brings the fever. It brings the sort of like acute, kind of like inflammatory, pungent, like the sting, so to speak, from a physical perspective. So there is a chance of something becoming inflamed, essentially, in the body. I mean, Mars and Jupiter can also fight abroad, or with foreigners, or with people from different cultures. So again, we're going back to the sort of like the argumentative energy that this square puts the spotlight on. 6th of September, Uranus is going to go retrograde in your 9th house. And I do believe it's going to give you a little bit of time to reflect on how your beliefs, your worldview, your life philosophy has changed as of July. 7th of September, active week before, week after, we have another eclipse coming up. It's been a while. We have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. This lunar eclipse, Libras, activates your health axis and your work and service axis. So for some of you, Libras, this could spell the end of a the end of a work project, the end of your employment, or the end of your collaboration with certain people within the work sphere. There is a possibility that some of you might have another job lined up. So if you are wrapping up a job, there might be something else much better, much more aligned with the direction that you want to grow in, or that you kind of like aspire towards. There might be something lined up for you immediately to sort of like step in. So eclipses, especially lunar eclipses, generally bring endings. So this could be the end of a job. It could also be the end of your sort of like day-to-day work as you know it. So maybe the team is being like restructured or dismantled. Maybe some people are being let go. The thing is, I do like the way this eclipse is in a harmonious aspect to Jupiter. So to me, this says whatever happens in the workspace, your career is protected. You're probably going to end up in a much better situation than the one before. So if you're worried, if you're stressed, if you're thinking, oh my God, I'm leaving this job, or I'm no longer going to be working with these people, I can tell you, you are probably going into a better set of circumstances all together, if you ask me. From a health perspective, this lunar eclipse could be a time when you actually, I want to say, you could be saying goodbye to an area or an issue or a challenge or a problem that's been on your radar health-wise, maybe for quite some time. Now, for some people, this could have been on your radar as of the beginning of 2025, as of January of 2025. For other people, this issue, this problem health-wise, might have been on your radar since 2023. So this could spell the end of a really long chapter of health issues. So again, to me, this feels good. It feels positive. You're basically saying goodbye to a health issue. Now, the only problem might be that before the eclipse, we have Mars exactly squaring Jupiter, so we might have seen an exacerbation of the issue around the 5th of September. So as much as you're saying goodbye to the issue now, Libra risings especially, I do believe there might have been sort of like this, oh, how should I call it? Last hurrah of the issue. I don't want to use that word because that's meant to have like a positive connotation. And in this instance, I'm not thinking of anything positive, but hey, things are coming to a close. So I do believe that's very productive from a health perspective, Libra risings. 13th of September, Sun conjunct Mercury in your 12th house. You seem to have tremendous clarity in regards to an issue that's been maybe affecting your mental health, or sabotaging your goals, sabotaging your plans, sabotaging your path to success. You might have an aha moment in regards to what it is that you need to get rid of in your life, who you need to say goodbye to. This sounds very dramatic. I am thinking of maybe the not such a positive influence kind of people, maybe friends, maybe certain groups, maybe certain communities that are no longer a positive influence in your life. You might realize, hey, I'm going to spend less time with these people because I've got other plans and I don't want their views or their beliefs or their way of thinking to sort of like pull me back, so to speak. I also believe you could have like a moment of revelation around the 13th of September in regards to what you want your future to really look like, and also in regards to what is coming to an end in your life in order to make room for that future. So I'm liking very much the 13th of September. I will say it. It can also be a very sort of like spiritual day in which, if you meditate or if you reflect, if you contemplate, if you journal on something, the answers might come to you from your subconscious, so to speak. So really good day. 17th of September, Mercury opposes Saturn. I mean, things feel quite difficult in terms of communication at work, but maybe you just have to do something like really kind of like tedious work-wise. You just have to work on a project that is really boring. You have to do something that feels hard mentally, but to me it looks like you're probably going to have to do it. You might also have to bite your tongue in the workspace because, hey, not everyone is prepared to hear the truth. Sometimes people want their feelings to be handled, managed, protected, let's say. From a health perspective, this can be a day of feeling a little bit drained, a little bit tired. Mentally, you are not necessarily in the best headspace, probably because you're exhausted. I'm just gonna say it, Libra. So maybe you do need like a day off, or maybe several days off. 18th of September, Mercury comes into your own sign, and exactly on the 18th, it's going to oppose Neptune. Basically communication on the 17th and on the 18th is not going super smoothly because Mercury is making these tense aspects, initially with Saturn and then with Neptune. So on the 18th, you might feel like your words are misinterpreted. The other person in front of you does not understand what you're trying to say. And communication can be particularly challenging with life partners, business partners, clients, people that you work with one-to-one. People might be also like really touchy and take things very personally when you did not mean to sort of like attack anyone personally. So just choose your words wisely. And part of me feels like, hey, sometimes people are not in the best mood or headspace and they're just gonna misinterpret whatever it is that you're trying to share with them. 19th of September, Venus goes into Virgo in your 12th house all the way until the 13th of October. Venus is your chart ruler. My recommendation throughout this period, sometime from the 19th of September until the 13th of October, would be to take some time off. Venus transiting the 12th house is going to need a little bit of like rest, seclusion, sleep. It might need to get a little bit away from the world. But the thing is, you might be very focused on solving things, on fixing things, on finding solutions to problems. The trouble, however, is that you might overdo it and you might drain yourselves of energy, sort of like running around in circles. Sometimes the best thing that you can do is allow the chips to fall as they may and not sort of like spin your wheels that much, because that's only going to cost you energy, time, all of that. Nevertheless, Venus transiting the 12th house is probably going to make really enjoyable any sort of activities that have an element of volunteering, charity, sort of like selflessness to them. So you might be of service in a selfless manner to others and really enjoy that. Also, 19th of September, Mercury trines Uranus and Pluto, a day of inspiration, inspiring sort of like conversations, aha moments, things dawn on you. You have revelations as to what is important to you, as to what you truly believe in. There can be some surprise sort of like news that make you like super excited and that have an element of like fun, enjoyment, entertainment, maybe romantic love to them. So I'm liking the 19th of September. 20th of September, Venus squares Uranus. I would not necessarily rely on people that much on this day. People might cancel on you, plans could change, and I don't believe you could have predicted or prevented this. There is, however, a possibility that you might cancel plans. I'm just gonna say it. 21st of September, solar eclipse. Another eclipse, you know, they come in pairs, in Virgo in your 12th house. This solar eclipse is happening with the south node, so we have a sort of like power outage. So the energy goes out, the celestial tides go out. When we have eclipses with the north node, the celestial tide comes in. So this solar eclipse, active week before, week after, will also be opposing Saturn, and it will be ruled by Mercury in your first house. I feel like you are going to start off some sort of a new chapter focused on your mental health. And I kid you not, Libras, you're probably going to do a full kind of like overhaul of your daily habits, your daily routines, your interactions with other people, what your kind of like day-to-day looks like. I feel like you're eliminating a lot of things from your life. You're doing a proper sort of like cleanup. I also believe you are ready to finally invest in your mental health, because you realize that your mental health is as important as your physical health when it comes to maintaining balance, when it comes to maintaining equilibrium in general, in the body, in the mind, and so on. I like this eclipse also because it feels like it's taking away. Eclipses are like the hand of destiny, right? So this eclipse might be taking out of your life whatever is unhealthy for you, whatever has been sabotaging your efforts, whatever has been maybe a cause of undoing in your life. I feel like you're also getting out of isolation, let's say. So loads of things sort of like exiting your life for the better, if you ask me. Mercury will have some support from Pluto and from Uranus at the time of this eclipse. You seem to feel ready and energized and excited for new connections, maybe new interactions with other people, and I want to say almost like a new lifestyle. 22nd of September, Mars goes into Scorpio in your second house until the 4th of November. You are probably going to be super, super, super driven and motivated to bring home the bacon, as they say, basically to make money, but you might also be quite quick to spend money, so do be careful. Do be careful when it comes to spending money, especially around the 24th of September, maybe give or take a couple of days before, a couple of days after. You might overdo it. You might spend too much on something that is supposed to be fun. You might spend too much, maybe also if you have kids, on something connected with children. Speaking of children, 24th of September, there might be some sort of like big fight that you have with your kids. Maybe because you realize, you discover that they've been hiding something from you and you are not happy with what you find out. There could also be a big conflict, a big argument with romantic partners if you are dating anyone. Once again, I do believe if you dig deep enough, you're probably gonna figure out some sort of secret that's gonna really make you angry. But hey, Mars in Scorpio is not gonna leave any stone unturned. Also, Libra season starts on the 22nd of September, so for a month you're gonna be energized, revitalized, and the spotlight is going to be much more on you, I'd say. That is Libras. My dear Scorpios, Scorpio suns, Scorpio risings, September. What's going on? What's cooking? So much astrology in the sky, my lovely Scorpios. Some of it fantastic, some of it really annoying. Let's start with the 1st of September. I'm just gonna give it to you straight, Scorpios, because I know you can handle it. Some signs are like, oh no, why are you being so pessimistic or blunt, but Scorpios are not here for the BS. They are here for the naked truth, essentially. Now, obviously, this is a forecast, so the way things manifest and materialize will also depend on how you react to these energies. So 1st of September, Saturn retrogrades back into Pisces in your 5th house, all the way until the middle of February of next year of 2026. What does that mean? It means that if you've been putting effort and energy, and if you've been working hard on something that essentially allows you to creatively express yourselves, Scorpios, as of when? Either as of 2023, as of March, or as of the beginning of this year, as of January of 2025, Saturn comes in and says, okay, you gotta make sure that you wrap this up. You gotta make sure that until mid-February, you see this to the finish line. So Saturn is going to make you super, super serious, Scorpios, about completing this chapter, completing this work, let's say. For artists, for creators of any type, this means that you're probably gonna feel very sort of like serious about finalizing a project. For those of you who have children, if one of your kids has been grappling with something, if there have been any sort of like problems or difficulties or challenges in the life of one of your kids, I repeat, either as of the beginning of 2025 or as of March of 2023, then this is probably going to come back to your attention all the way until the middle of February of next year, but then you are done. So last stretch to go, so to speak. I am going to say this: Saturn generally restricts and limits things also. So there might be a little bit less fun to be had until the middle of February of next year. I ain't gonna lie. Life is getting serious once more. But there's going to be loads of fun to be had once Saturn comes out of your fifth house. You're also probably going to take romantic love very, very seriously and look at it through a very pragmatic, practical, down-to-earth lens from the 1st of September until the middle of February, Scorpios, especially Scorpio risings. 2nd of September, Mercury goes into Virgo in your 11th house. Now, until the 18th of September, you're probably going to be very active from a social perspective. Maybe there's loads of people that you need to catch up with, loads of friends that you need to meet, a lot of invitations out there in the world, a lot of like exchange of like communication, messages, information between you and friends, communities, groups of people. There may be an opportunity to speak in public quite a bit and to have your voice heard. The days that I don't really like for kind of like speaking in public, connecting with friends, connecting with communities or organizations are the time when Mercury is coming together with a South Node in Virgo. So that's going to be, I'm going to say from the 11th of September until maybe like the 13th, 14th. Not a massive fan. It might be that your messages do not land in the way that you intended them to land. I would not make presentations throughout these few days. I would not necessarily catch up with friends throughout these few days. And there is a possibility actually that someone might give you news connected with like friends or connected with the communities and the organizations that you're a part of that do feel a tiny bit disappointing, maybe because something is exiting your life as opposed to coming in, because the South Node generally involves a surrender and a release and an exit in some shape or form. Also, the days that I'm not a big fan of in terms of communication, social events, social activities, 17th of September and 18th of September. I don't like them. 17th of September, Mercury opposes Saturn. it ain't fun. It ain't fun. The conversation is just not there. Maybe it just feels like someone's kind of like talking at you and you're not prepared to listen, or whatever it is that they're talking about is like super boring. You might also feel like you're not on the same page with whoever you meet around this time. Even good friends might not be in your good graces around the 17th, 18th of September, Scorpios. I also feel like duty might be getting in the way of fun and enjoyment and entertainment. You might also, however, have an obligation to attend some sort of a social event that you do not feel like attending at all around the 17th, 18th. So if you do have to go out, if you do have to do something on paper, sort of like fun, maybe it's like a leaving drinks sort of like occasion, I don't feel like you're in the mood for it. There is a possibility you might decline, also because maybe your child needs you, or because a family member needs you, or because there's like a more sort of like important, pressing duty that awaits you at home. So you might just say no. Also, communication wise, 17th, 18th, especially 17th, not my favorite day when it comes to being on the same page with romantic partners, children, friends, family members, colleagues. So quite a few people, siblings, neighbors. 18th of September, communication at work is really not landing in the way that it is supposed to land. It feels like things are very sort of like confusing. Mistakes might be made, especially around the 18th of September. And it might take a while to discover what the mistake actually is. And in the meantime, the mistake could affect your work, and it could be sort of like hard to pinpoint. I would also be very sort of like cautious and on the lookout for people trying to pull the wool over your eyes around the 18th of September, maybe day before and day after, my dear Scorpios. They might try to sort of like confuse you, baffle you, so that you do not pick up on the fact that they haven't done a good job. This could be in the workspace, but it could also be at home, for example. So maybe someone's been sort of like fixing something around the house and you're looking at it and you're saying, that doesn't really look right. But they say, oh no, it's because of this, it's because of that, it's because there's this new technique. And my recommendation would be, don't buy it. Don't buy it. Trust your gut, dig deeper, and confront them because they literally might be trying to obfuscate matters. So that is Mercury in Virgo. 3rd of September, Mercury is going to square Uranus. I feel like there could be some unexpected news coming up in regards to maybe your partner's finances, or in regards to debts, taxes. It could be your debts, your taxes. Potentially also unexpected news, disruptive news that will affect some of the plans that you had made with friends or with a group of people. 5th of September, Mars squares Jupiter. Okay, so this is sort of like big argument energy. Mars is your chart ruler. Jupiter is the ruler of your 5th house of children, of fun, play, enjoyment, hobbies, passions. But it's also the ruler of your house of income. So you might get angry over one of the following matters, and you might get really angry, and you might get quite angry because maybe things were hidden from you. You might get angry over an unexpectedly sort of like big expense connected with children, or connected with one of your passions or hobbies, or maybe connected with a trip. There could be these sort of like unforeseen, maybe like costs from your, I don't know, like phone provider. Maybe you've been traveling and the bill comes in and the like cost of the data that you've been using is humongous. So that is very much a possibility. So you might be paying more than you thought you would pay for something sort of like travel related, but also fun. There could also be this sort of like feeling of irritation and frustration with someone abroad. Maybe it's someone that you've kind of like had to interact with because of your travels, but maybe also because of something that has to do with your kids, if you have kids. The thing is, I do believe you have to be quite sort of like careful when it comes to confronting this person, or when it comes to pushing back, part of me feels like you might not be able fully to push back on the way things are done by this person, because they do seem to have quite a bit of power, I believe. I would be careful when it comes to physical activity that is meant to be fun around this time, around the 5th of September, maybe a few days before, a few days after, both on your end as well as when it comes to your kids. So I would not go on, I don't know, whatever like hiking trail feels like super kind of like exciting, but maybe a little bit dangerous. I would employ caution. So Mars and Jupiter can sort of like together feel extra bold, extra courageous, extra adventurous, and it might take really unnecessary risks. So fun can turn into something not very fun really quickly with Mars. You might feel like you have to defend someone and stand up against some sort of like injustice around this time. There could also be a big fight with an in-law. That's a possibility. Again, choose your battles. I do believe they're probably, if you're fighting over like different worldviews and beliefs, I don't know if you're gonna change their mind in any shape or form, my dear Scorpio. So I don't know if it's worth the energy to try to persuade them or to convince them of the errors of their ways. If you're traveling, make sure that you get insurance. Make sure that you get insurance, because there is a chance something might get misplaced, or I mean, Mars in the 12th house can be the sort of like hidden enemy that's taking something away from you, such as your wallet, your money, your luggage. So insurance is probably the way to go. 7th of September, full moon lunar eclipse. Active week before, week after. We are back into eclipse season. Dun, 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 dun. A culminating point connected with one of the following. Children, there could be some big news, good news, if you ask me. The lunar eclipse is very nicely aspected to Jupiter. Exciting news connected with children when it comes to their education, when it comes to maybe their plans for the future, when it comes to maybe like their academic path, but also maybe when it comes to some sort of a passion project. So maybe something that they've put a lot of heart and soul into. This could also be a culminating point when it comes to a romantic relationship. So if you've been investing some time and energy and opened up your heart to someone, and you've been vulnerable and you weren't really sure as to whether it's going to go anywhere, well, to me it feels like it is going places. Probably good places, I'd say. I do believe everyone is sort of like experiencing a strong sense of relief at the time of this lunar eclipse. So something is sort of like falling into place. There's a sense of being able to breathe easily, to sort of like surrender, to relax, to sort of like allow room for feelings and emotions that have been kind of like bottled up to unfold, because it's safe to do so, I'd say. You could be completing an important project creatively, and it is probably going to be received very well, so you might release it into the ethers in the world. Also very good time to celebrate something. Scorpios, I do believe you're celebrating something that is very close to your heart, that you've invested a lot of emotional kind of like energy into. For some Scorpio risings, this lunar eclipse could also spell pregnancy. Maybe for you, maybe for your partner. So if you've been trying to have a child, then it could be that this is the time when it comes in. Again, I love the fact that the ruler of the eclipse is Jupiter exalted in Cancer. There can also be this sort of like culminating point involving travel, foreign lands, foreign countries, legal developments. You seem to have a reason to celebrate, I repeat. So take it. That's my recommendation, but hey, don't listen to me. You have free will. 13th of September, Sun conjunct Mercury. Clarity in regards to your plans for the future. Clarity in regards to where you're meant to be headed career-wise. A very important talk, a very important presentation, maybe an important interview, maybe an important conversation when it comes to your goals and plans for the future in the professional space. You do seem to be very persuasive, so you could be sort of like winning people over. I know I did mention that Mercury is coming together with a South node around that time, but the exact sort of like conjunction is happening on the 18th, my apologies, on at 18 degrees on the 12th of September. So 13th is sort of like the last leg of the conjunction. And I do believe if you need to have an important talk, the 13th is actually a good day. I also believe that you are finding good support, good solutions, and you have clarity as to how to move forward, my dear Scorpios, when it comes to either a financial matter or a matter that has caused crisis or has brought up a lot of fear in your life beforehand. 17th, 18th of September, we've already talked about Mercury not necessarily being in friendly aspects, first with Saturn and then with Neptune. On the 18th of September, Mercury actually goes into Libra. So there's going to be a lot of like thinking that happens behind the scenes for the rest of the month. And maybe conversations happening behind the scenes as well. 19th of September, Venus goes into Virgo until the 13th of October. This is actually a really good time, a really good period to catch up with friends, to be socially active, to say yes to maybe invitations to connect with like-minded individuals, be them friends, be them your peers. You are probably going to enjoy them more so than usual, my lovely Scorpios. If you need to work on the relationship with a friend, Venus is going to help. Venus is going to make the path smoother. Also on the 19th of September, Mercury trines Uranus and Pluto. This is a very exciting day in terms of innovative, radical, progressive, exciting solutions concerning a matter that has to do with your home life, your family life, your private life. There could also be some really unexpected, surprising, I dare say positive news coming from family members, maybe coming from a parent. It feels like someone can, again, breathe a big sigh of relief. So someone is being sort of like liberated somehow from maybe from a burden, from a fear, from something that's been kind of like causing stress and challenges in their life. If you're looking to buy or to sell anything connected with the home, then you could find a great deal. But also if you're looking to sell something, you could find an unexpected buyer, I'd say. You might also bump into some really useful information that sort of like changes your entire view of a very kind of like private, sort of like personal problem that you are not really comfortable sharing with a lot of people. So pay attention. 20th of September, Venus in Virgo squares Uranus. You might need to change at the last minute some of the plans that you had made with a friend. It could be that they bail on you at the last minute, but it could also be that something just came up. 21st of September, solar eclipse in your 11th house. Active week before, week after. A new beginning when it comes to your goals and plans for the future, but also when it comes to your community, your friend circle, your friendship circle, your circle of friends is what I'm trying to say. New beginning also when it comes to the organizations that you're maybe involved with. I feel like you might be saying goodbye to some people. I feel like you might be saying goodbye to an organization. You might be exiting an organization. You might be potentially joining another one. There is a possibility that friends might have news for you, but that news might involve them sort of like moving, relocating, spending less time with you. And it's not because they don't want to spend time with you. Maybe it's because life is getting sort of like in the way and they have other duties and obligations. There is also a possibility that your plans for the future might have to change because an issue connected with family life or connected with your kids, which are obviously part of the family, is going to take precedence, is going to be the priority moving forward. The South Node is active at the time of this eclipse, so we can expect sort of like power outages, and the celestial tide is sort of like going out. So the South Node generally might take things away from us or might ask us to release things, be them friends, plans, communities that we've been involved with. 22nd of September, Mars comes into its home sign, Scorpio. Until the 4th of November, Scorpios, you are on fire. And I feel like you are laser focused on your goals. I am going to say nothing's getting in your way. Like, I'll just put it out there. Whatever you want to get done, you're probably going to get it done. And there's no one to tell you otherwise. I would be, however, careful around the 24th of September, maybe a couple of days before, a couple of days after. So right after Mars goes into Scorpio, because Mars will square Pluto. So to me, it feels like you are ready for some dramatic transformation, especially when it comes to home life, family life, maybe the relationship with one of the parents, maybe when it comes to a very sort of like private and kind of like personal matter that's been either like buried or hidden from sight. But there is a possibility of overdoing things. There is a possibility of going in sort of like too much at once. And this can be quite a destructive energy. Now, probably the only constructive way in which I see this aspect between Mars and Pluto manifesting is if you are sort of like renovating your home and you are destroying a wall and you're literally like, you are a force to be reckoned with, but the force is quite destructive. So I would recommend channeling it very, very wisely and potentially maybe also restraining it a tiny little bit. I feel like you are ready to fight till the kind of like ends of the earth for something, and sometimes maybe that is necessary. So if you have been wronged, if you have experienced really heavy stuff, if you've experienced abuse, if you've experienced anything sort of like dramatic, anything traumatic, anything painful, and you've been sitting on it and you've been burying it, I will tell you this: Mars squaring Pluto is not just gonna accept that. It will fight back, and it will, I mean, I repeat, like, to me, it still feels like you have to be quite sort of cautious with how you utilize this energy, because you can literally kind of like destroy whatever attacked you in the past or whatever hurt you in the past. And I don't want to say whoever hurt you in the past, but that is also a possibility. So that being said, the sun also goes into Libra on the 22nd of September. So for a month, there's going to be a significant spotlight placed on things going on behind the scenes in your life. So a lot happening behind the scenes, a lot of sort of like cleansing, a lot of things kind of like coming to the surface, a lot of clarity in regards to maybe matters that were not very obvious to you, and maybe that were kind of like sabotaging you in some shape or form. Also, 24th of September, Sun trines Uranus and Pluto. To me, it feels like something is changing in a dramatic manner in your private life. It could have something to do with relocation. It could have something to do with your home and living situation. It could also be much more symbolic in its nature. Maybe some sort of like secret is exposed and you feel a strong sense of relief. But I repeat, you're a force to be reckoned with. So do channel your kind of drive and determination to basically to transform things. Do channel it wisely. I've said it before, I repeat myself, I'm going to say it again. I'm going to stick by what I said. That is Scorpio. My dear Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings, September of 2025. What's going on in the sky? A lot is going on in the sky. Let me start off with the 1st of September, when Saturn is going to retrograde back into your fourth house of home, family, and living situation in Pisces until the middle of February of next year, of 2026. So to me, that says that you've got duties, you've got responsibilities, you've got some work to do at home for your family, maybe for your siblings, which are family members, maybe for your parents. They are relying on you in some shape or form. Also, if you've started working on something, either as of the beginning of 2025, as of January, or maybe since 2023, since March of 2023, if you started working on something connected with home, family, property, living situation, Saturn going back into this part of your chart is saying, hey, you got to focus on this. You got to concentrate. You got to put time into this particular task, into this particular project, all the way until mid-February of next year. So for example, if you started, I don't know, let's say saving money for a deposit, for a home deposit, Saturn is saying, hey, you got to get back on track. You got to keep on saving. You got to hit that target until mid-February of next year. 2nd of September, Mercury goes into Virgo in your house of career. You're going to be very busy professionally all the way until the, I was about to say all the way until the 18th of September, but actually there's a strong focus on your career sector all the way until the eclipse in Virgo on the 21st of September. So loads going on in your career sector. Mercury says, hey, you got to talk to people. Mercury is bringing in the news, it's bringing in the emails, it is bringing in the conversations, the significant conversations, the important conversations, the announcements. At the same time, Mercury is going to be making quite a few aspects in your house of career. 3rd of September, it's going to be squaring Uranus, so there can be some sort of like unexpected news, an unexpected development concerning your professional life. Maybe something that has to do with a business partner. They might let you know that they will no longer be working with you, or you might hear something about them and that determines you to stop the collaboration. Mercury squaring Uranus, 3rd of September, could also bring unexpected news concerning a partner. I'm not necessarily referring to business, I'm referring to life partner. Unexpected news maybe that has to do with your partner's family, so maybe with one of their parents, but also disruptive news concerning your partner's job situation. So there's a lot of unexpected developments and news comes in out of nowhere around the 3rd of September. It might impact your career situation, so you might have to find maybe like a new business collaborator, but it could also impact your life partner, either at home or in their own work sector. The thing is, you probably didn't see this coming. There is a big element of surprise. So you're going to have to think really fast. You're going to have to think on your feet. What else is Mercury doing since we've started talking about Mercury? It's going to be conjunct the South Node. This is going to be an energy active from the, I want to say the 10th of, sort of like the 10th, 11th of September, all the way until the 13th. The South Node generally takes things away from us or asks us to release something. So you might need to release a project work-wise. There could be news that maybe a boss is leaving. If you're working for someone else, there could be news that a client is leaving. And if we leave work behind, there is a possibility that you might be saying goodbye to an important part of your status, image, and reputation in the world. So let's say, I don't know, people are associating you with a specific type of job or sector or industry, or they see you in a certain way. You can leave career aside for a second. They see you in a certain way. Maybe they see you as a parent or as the wife or whatnot. Well, Mercury coming together with the South Node is saying, that part of your reputation is going. You're going to have to release that. But again, I repeat, that could also impact your career situation. Maybe a boss is leaving, a manager is leaving, maybe a client is leaving. Maybe you also decide to walk away from an old sort of like service industry or product that was an important part of your career beforehand. Mercury will also conjunct the Sun on the 13th of September. Very important. This feels like a day of clarity. It feels like a big day of clarity in terms of what you want to do next professionally. There can be clarity as to where to invest your energy, your intellectual resources from a career perspective. There can also be important talks, very significant talks that you have with a parent, especially the mother, around this time, but also very important talks of a legal nature. Maybe you have these talks with a partner concerning maybe a legal problem or a legal issue that's been on your radar. You could be receiving some really solid advice from a legal advisor also around this time. You might really be looking into your options from a legal perspective. You might also be thinking of traveling for work purposes because something came to your attention. Maybe you decide, hey, I'm going to travel to this kind of like important conference. It's really important for me to be there. It's really important for me to like show my face. I feel like you could also be making some really significant public announcements to the world. About your relationship sector, maybe about your career sector, maybe, but also about a matter that has to do with either your academic path or your legal sort of situation, let's say. 17th of September and the 18th of September, not my favorite days in terms of communication. On the 17th, Mercury opposes Saturn, really challenging, really difficult conversations with either someone in the workspace. It could be a boss, it could be a big client, it could be maybe an important like mentor, but also difficult conversations with a parent. And it could feel, or maybe even with a family member in general, but I see parents being in the spotlight. It feels like you're not on the same page. It feels like they don't get you, you don't get them. You're trying to maybe talk sense into them, but they're not having it. At least that's what it could feel like. That's what it could look like to you. You might need to have some tough conversations about your home and living situation as well, and it might be really difficult for you to say the things that you want to say. Nevertheless, it does seem to be important to have the talks. And 18th of September, Mercury opposes Neptune. There may be some disappointing, maybe even like painful conversations that you have either with a friend or with one of your children or with a loved one in general. It could also be with a romantic partner. The 18th is not my favorite day. Mercury has already gone into Libra. It's not my favorite day for socialization. It's not my favorite day for social events, for catching up with friends, for going out into the world. There is a possibility that you might say no to an invitation, or that you might go to these sort of like social events if you are invited and feel like it's not exactly what you expected. On the contrary, it might feel very much like you were misled. There is also a chance that you might be misled by someone around the 18th of September. So do be cautious, especially if you're going out on a date or if you're attending any sort of like social event. If you're interacting with other people, I would take with a massive pinch of salt whatever they say. So romantically, this could be a day of lies. There's a possibility that other people might lie to you, such as children. If you have kids, I would investigate because they might not be telling you the full-blown truth, my dear Sagittarians, around the 18th of September. So now I'm going to go back in time. I do apologize. I know some people really hate it when I do this sort of like bouncing around the dates, but I did want to address Mercury because Mercury is doing a lot this month. And I feel like sometimes the interactions that you're having with other people and the news and the messages and the communications that are happening they're hard to get through, but they are necessary. So going back in time, 5th of September, Mars is squaring Jupiter. Okay, so here is where I would be like physically sort of like careful not to overdo things, not to have too much fun. So if you're going out with friends, 5th of September, maybe a few days before, a few days after, my recommendation would be don't do anything reckless. I know you are the lucky sign of the zodiac because you're ruled by Jupiter, the great benefic. But I would not test my luck if I were in your shoes, because Mars and Jupiter can do reckless things together, especially in a tense aspect that could cause physical harm. So do employ caution. That's my recommendation. I would also employ caution when it comes to being reckless in love and romance. Okay, so let's say you go out on a date, and yeah, I would just sort of like use my sixth sense, so to speak, to sniff out anything that could feel a tiny little bit off. I don't necessarily want to say dangerous, but if something doesn't feel good, better safe than sorry, right, Sagittarians? There could also be a big expense coming up. Maybe you have a significant expense concerning, I don't know, family, home, children, your living situation. There is a possibility that you might also have to pay quite a bit for something concerning your children, and that does seem to shake up your plans a little bit when it comes to your sort of like vision of the future. There is also a possibility that maybe like credit card rates or like mortgage rates or rates like interest rates concerning any loans that you might have might go up, so that doesn't feel great either. So I do see increased expenses around the 5th of September, and there is a chance of big arguments, big fights with friends, or big fights in a public setup. Not fun. Not fun. There is a possibility you might feel like your privacy has been somehow invaded. So maybe you feel like a friend is kind of like betraying your trust, and they're sharing something publicly, and you're like, wow, no, I told you that in confidence. You should have never revealed that. 7th of September, full moon lunar eclipse, activating your 4th house, 10th house axis. So the axis of home versus career, private life versus public life. The eclipse is active a week before and a week after. Something is coming to a culminating point, and I dare say to a close in your home life, in your family life. So some of you could be wrapping up a chapter at home. Maybe you're moving, maybe you're relocating, maybe you're deciding, hey, this is the end of our chapter in this space as you know it. It could also be a symbolic end to maybe the way things have been so far, the way things have worked so far in your home and family life. So maybe the dynamics are changing. Maybe, I don't know, let's say you've been a stay-at-home mom and now you're going back into work, and of course the dynamics are going to change. The day-to-day is going to change. So I do feel like the key word here is transformation. If you've been looking to purchase a home or to sell a home, I do believe there is good news here. So there could be like a buyer coming in, or you could find a good place that you want to move into. I feel like something is coming together when it comes to the transformation of your living situation sector. 19th of September, Venus goes into Virgo in your house of career, public status, and public reputation until the 13th of October. So you might really enjoy being out in public. And if you have been experiencing some challenges, some difficulties when it comes to your status, your reputation, the way that you're sort of like perceived in the world, Venus comes in and it helps you kind of like patch things up. It also helps you, if you've been having difficulties in the workspace, it helps you get on the good side of, I don't know, maybe like bosses, managers, clients. It can also attract opportunities for you from a career perspective until the 13th of October, and it can attract some really good supportive partners, business collaborators as well. 19th of September, also Mercury trines Uranus and Pluto. I feel like there's good news coming in through maybe like a partner, a sibling, a friend, possibly even someone that you work with. The good news seems to get you super excited about the future, and it seems to help you achieve one of your plans and goals for the future. This is also a very good day, the 19th of September, to catch up with people, to talk to people, to talk about the changes that you want to make in your life, because they seem to bring you some good ideas, some good inspiration, and to help you make things happen. 20th of September, Venus squares Uranus, a disruption of a maybe kind of like plan or an existing agreement. Again, either in the professional space, but it could also be in the romantic space. Someone out of nowhere might share something with you. It could be a romantic partner, and you might be thinking, oh my God, like how How is that going to affect the way that I'm perceived in the world? You might also have a very surprising announcement to make to the world regarding your relationship status, I'd say. 21st of September, solar eclipse in your 10th house. Active week before, week after, a new beginning that involves a letting go, a new beginning that involves a closure of some sorts. Some of you could be starting a new career chapter. Some of you could be starting a new chapter when it comes to your status and reputation and image in the world. What are you letting go of? Probably something connected with home, family life, living situation, and private life. So I feel like you're starting fresh somehow in the public sphere, in the public sector, in your career, maybe even. But this fresh start involves a closure, and it involves some sort of like difficult decisions that you may be grappled with concerning your private life. I'd say you do seem to be quite excited about the future, but you don't necessarily seem to be very excited about who it is that you're saying goodbye to. I'd say Sagittarians. Mars, 22nd of September, goes into Scorpio, same day when Sun goes into Libra. So Libra season starts. You're probably going to be very focused on the future. And plans for the future and your social life and coming together with like peers and like-minded individuals from the 22nd of September for the next month. Mars going into Scorpio until the 4th of November is saying you're taking a lot of action behind the scenes. There's a lot going on behind the scenes. There's also a possibility that sometimes behind the scenes, people are trying to sabotage whatever it is that you are working towards. So I would be sort of like on the lookout for hidden kind of elements of like sabotage, hidden sort of like factors of sabotage. Mars squares Pluto, 24th of September, active maybe a couple of days before, a couple of days after. Please, please, please do not speed, do not rush. If you're driving, I would be extra cautious, I would be extra careful. I would also not go to sort of like dark places, like literally dark places, because this can be kind of like a little bit of a dangerous sort of like aspect. I would make sure that you are not kind of in a dark alleyway at midnight, because that is not the place to be in. There is a possibility that something might break when it comes to maybe like a car or your bike or your preferred mode of transportation. So I would also be prepared with a backup plan if something does break. How are you going to get into work? How are you going to go about your day, so to speak? That is Sagittarius. Now let us move on to Capricorns. Capricorn suns and Capricorn risings. Capricorns, 1st of September, Saturn goes back into Pisces in your 3rd house until the middle of February of 2026. To me, this says that you've been doing a lot of work when it comes to your communication style, maybe when it comes to expressing your feelings, opening up about whatever makes you feel vulnerable. You've been doing a lot of work on this front as of 2023, as of March of 2023. You've got a few more months left of continuing down that path of putting effort and time and patience and energy and persistence and discipline into speaking up even when it feels uncomfortable, and opening up about your own struggles, I'd say. Now, if you've been working on anything that involves reading, learning, studying, I mean, it's the same thing, writing. If you've been working on anything of this nature as of the beginning of 2025, or maybe as of March of 2023, then Saturn is saying, hey, you got to wrap up this project. You got to finalize whatever it is that you've started working on until mid-February of next year. So if you've been writing a book, focus on it. I'm like, focus on it. Saturn is here to tell you, you've got a task. You got to see it through until the very end. If you've been meaning to, I don't know, like pass an exam or take your driver's license sort of like test, again, Saturn says, what are you waiting for? I mean, maybe you're scared. Maybe you don't like to drive. Maybe you've been postponing it, but it is time. It is time. 2nd of September, Mercury goes into Virgo in your 9th house. I do believe your mind is going to be kind of like super active. You're going to be thinking about travel plans, your education. You're probably also going to be interacting work-wise with people maybe who are based all over the world. Maybe people from like different backgrounds. You might be talking about work with people from like a legal background as well. So loads of that going on. I want to say at least until the 18th of September, but it could actually extend all the way into maybe like the 21st, 22nd of September. Now, 3rd of September, Mercury squares Uranus. Unexpected news impacting your day-to-day work, coming either from like a legal entity or from abroad or from someone who is based in like an office abroad or something along those lines. There's a possibility that also something could break in terms of communication. If you do hear news, you might sort of like need to think fast, sort of like think on your feet. If you hear news from abroad or news concerning maybe like legal requirements, you might need to take quick action to make sure that your work is aligned with whatever announcement's been made or whatever law is being passed, let's say. If you've been working with someone who is based abroad, they might tell you all of a sudden, hey, I'm leaving. You got to find another virtual assistant, for example. So those of you who have, for instance, who have employees, let's say you have your own business, I am talking to Capricorn after all, you might need to find a new employee immediately. Someone could be leaving unexpectedly. 5th of September, I want to say a few days before, a few days after also, Mars is squaring Jupiter. Big arguments, big fights with either a massive client at work or with a boss. You don't seem to be on the same page in terms of worldviews, beliefs, life philosophy, on the contrary, and that's where the argument could sort of like stem from. There is also a possibility that you might feel someone is being unfair. Now, they do seem to have a lot of power and influence. So I think it's worth choosing your battles very, very wisely. Maybe they are unfair. I'm not saying they're not. Maybe it's your boss who is unfair. Maybe it's your business partner who is unfair. But are you willing to sort of like cut them off? Are you willing to break up with them? If not, then maybe employ some of that Saturnian energy in your house of communication and choose your words wisely. Choose your arguments and your debates very, very wisely. There is a possibility, if you are in a relationship, that your partner might experience something at home connected with their family, maybe connected with one of their parents. It could be like an incident or like an accident of some sort. So maybe someone like slips, or there's like a fall, or like something breaks. It's not mandatory, of course. I'm sharing scenarios, but there may be some sort of like big kind of like emergency in the home for a partner, I'd say. There's also a possibility that you might feel unsupported by someone in the professional space. It could be someone that you thought was on your side, but they seem to not be. Maybe you have a big competitor, a significant competitor, and they are kind of like trying to poke holes at your like project. It's probably going to be very obvious if that is the case. Uranus goes retrograde 6th of September, so all the changes that have been unfolding in the workplace as of July are kind of like slowing down a little bit. They're giving you time to like process them. Also, if you've been changing things up on a day-to-day basis in terms of habits, in terms of routines, Uranus is saying, okay, you've made changes. Give yourself time to integrate them. 7th of September, active week before week after, we have a full moon lunar eclipse. This full moon lunar eclipse activates your travel axis and your axis of education. It also puts the spotlight on some of the following people: siblings, neighbors, colleagues, in-laws, mentors, guides, teachers. So some of you could be wrapping up an important chapter from an educational perspective. Maybe you are graduating. Maybe you're being accepted into a prestigious program. Maybe you're passing an important exam. Maybe you are launching your book. Maybe you are finding an agent for your sort of like I don't know, like a marketing campaign, if you are launching something that involves writing in some shape or form. This is actually like a really good lunar eclipse to sign contracts. And I do believe some contracts might be exchanged. Maybe you're selling something, maybe you're buying something. To me, it feels like everyone wins. I'm just gonna put it. I'm just gonna put it out there. It does feel like you are benefiting from the help and the support of someone in a position of power, someone who has a lot of knowledge and expertise and experience. Some of you could be traveling around this time, or there could be news concerning travel coming up, and maybe it's a partner reaching out. Maybe it's a business partner. Maybe it's your life partner reaching out to you and saying, hey, I have booked for us that trip that we've been meaning to go on for some time. Now, in-laws could have some good news. Siblings could also have some good news. Maybe siblings are letting you know, hey, I'm getting married, or hey, I'm celebrating my, I don't know, like 10-year anniversary, and we're throwing this like massive party. Do join us. So I feel like there is some sort of like reason for celebration here. Like something is coming to a close and in an auspicious and a productive way. Maybe initially there has been some tension, but the tension seems to be in the past. I'd say you seem to be reaching some important agreements, Capricorns. I think that's the gist of it. There could also be some people that are reaching out to you that are somehow sort of like making your life easier. So maybe it's a friend, maybe it's a sibling, maybe it's a supporter of some sorts. Maybe it is a business partner. I would listen to what they have to say, because they would, like, if they could, they would probably make your life easier. And I do believe that they can. They are in a position to do so at the time of this eclipse. If you're looking to buy a car or to sell a car, also a very, very good time to do that. I feel like something, however, is finding you. So maybe the car finds you, so to speak. Maybe you don't even have to do the research. 13th of September, Sun conjunct Mercury, a day of clarity in regards to travel plans, in regards to working with people who are based abroad, in regards to your path from an academic perspective. Maybe there is clarity as to how you need to proceed with a legal matter, maybe something connected with visa, residency, and so on. 17th of September and the 18th, not my favorite days communication-wise. 17th of September, communication is really tough. It's really hard. You might just feel like the other person is not getting what you're trying to say, or they are trying to get you to like agree to something that you are not excited about. And they're trying to bring in all of these so like logical, rational reasons. But one of the reasons why you don't want to agree to this thing is because you have like mixed feelings around it, let's say. Not a good day, 17th of September, for marketing campaigns, for important interviews, for like financial decisions either, if you ask me. There could also be changes in travel plans, 17th and 18th of September. Maybe something is delayed or even canceled travel-wise. 18th of September, Mercury goes into Libra and opposes Neptune. Difficult, disappointing, confusing conversations with a parent, a boss, a family member. There's just not a lot of middle ground to be found when it comes to something that is really, really important for you, maybe from like a reputational perspective, maybe from a career perspective, and the ideals of another person, and sort of like this kind of like idealized vision that they had, this other person. 19th of September, Venus goes into Virgo in your 9th house until the 13th of October. So if you're traveling, this is a really good kind of like transit to utilize, so to speak. Connections, collaborations, interactions with people abroad, or people who are based in like foreign lands, foreign countries, or people who have maybe any sort of like impact on your like legal affairs. Interactions with these people are probably going to go a lot smoother than they have. Venus does make it's sort of like this kind of like relationship glue, and it brings It brings the softness, it brings the sweetness, it brings the diplomacy, it brings the tact. Also 19th of September, Mercury trines Uranus and Pluto. Some really good news, unexpected, out of the blue, coming in career-wise, but also potentially coming in regards to your financial sector. Maybe you score a big client, maybe someone pays you a significant amount of money, maybe you have, I don't know, like a big, important sort of like offer career-wise coming in. Maybe you also receive like public acclaim professionally. So well done, Capricorns. 20th of September, Venus squares Uranus. Someone is like really keeping you on your toes at work. You just don't know how to handle them. Maybe it's an employee, maybe it's a colleague. Yeah, it feels like they're very unpredictable. There is a possibility that you might also be the unpredictable person in the workspace. Maybe all of a sudden you let someone know, hey, we're no longer going to be working together because guess what? I'm leaving. I have a better job offer. 21st of September, solar eclipse in Virgo in your 9th house with the South Node. So the eclipse is going to be active week before, week after. We have a new beginning when it comes to your worldviews, your belief system, your life philosophy. You are saying goodbye to some old beliefs, my dear Capricorns. You're probably saying goodbye to some old worldviews. The way in which you found meaning in the past, I feel like that's no longer resonating with you. You could also say goodbye to maybe a spiritual or like a religious or like an academic institution, potentially. You could also be saying goodbye to a legal aspect in your life. Maybe you're wrapping things up. Maybe you've gotten your, I don't know, like your visa, your passport, your like citizenship, if you're living in a different country, if you're an expat. There's also a possibility that in-laws could experience a fresh start in their life, but maybe that fresh start involves the end of a chapter. Maybe they are saying goodbye to their job. Maybe they're retiring. Maybe they're moving to a completely different place. I'd say. 22nd of September, Mars goes into Scorpio and the Sun goes into Libra. So Libra season starts 22nd of September for the next month. You are in the spotlight professionally, but also when it comes to kind of like people paying attention to how you show up in the world. You're probably going to have a lot of opportunity to sort of like leave your mark publicly speaking, maybe to make a difference to society in some shape or form, to be of service to society. I do believe you're going to be very sensitive to how you are perceived in the spotlight. So you might even invest into your, I don't know, like your image, your personal brand, your looks, and so on. 24th of September, Sun trines Uranus and Pluto. Public acclaims, public accolades. Like, I'm clapping for you, Capricorns. Something is really coming together in a beautiful way career-wise, but also maybe when it comes to your status and prestige and image in the world. It seems to be coming together in a very surprising and unexpected way, and I dare say, take the win. Take the win, Capricorns. People are being very appreciative of you. You're having some really kind of like positive interactions with people in a professional setup, but also maybe when it comes to your health sector, maybe when it comes to your financial sector. If you've invested in yourselves, Capricorns, you do seem to be receiving, I repeat, some sort of like public acclaim and like public applause, metaphorically speaking. Maybe someone is clapping for you. But remember, 22nd of September, Mars has also gone into Scorpio. So there is more happening in the sky. You're going to be putting a lot of energy until the 4th of November into your plans, your goals, your targets for the future. I feel like you are laser focused on these. You might also take the lead when it comes to organizing things for your peers, for your friends, for your circles, the circles that you're a part of. You might also be stepping into some sort of a leadership position for a group of people. I would be a little bit careful on the 24th of September. There is a possibility you might be overdoing things a tiny bit with your actions and with your sort of like laser focused approach. I would be careful not to come off too strong, maybe publicly within a community, within a group of people, because you might be perceived as the baddie, as the bully, as the domineering one. There is also a chance that you might experience some sort of intense, I dare say possibly destructive conflict, argument with a friend. It feels like you have completely different values, maybe even completely different views when it comes to the future. And there is a chance that the relationship might not continue. So I do want to put that on your radar. Friends in general are not having a good time around the 24th of September, maybe also a couple of days before, a couple of days after. There could be incidents, there could be accidents, there could be news of something sort of like getting destroyed in the life of a friend. And maybe what's sort of like necessary is for you to kind of like to be there, as opposed to, and to hold space for them, as opposed to maybe sort of like judging their like recklessness, because this could happen as a result of their recklessness. And that's Capricorn. My dear Aquarius, Aquarius suns and Aquarius risings. September is jam-packed with action, Aquarians. Loads of action happening in your financial sectors. So 1st of September, Saturn retrogrades back into Pisces in your house of income all the way until mid-February. I feel like you have some targets that you need to achieve from a financial perspective, Aquarians. Maybe these have been on your radar as of the beginning of this year. Maybe they've been on your radar as of 2023. So Saturn comes in and says, hey, you got to focus on this. You got to achieve this goal. Saturn is here to so like discipline us. So it may ask of you to be a little bit more disciplined, a little bit more structured, more organized with your resources, with your financial situation, to kind of like stick to the budget, to cut down on expenses possibly. The second house is also the house of our possessions. So there is a possibility you might downsize in terms of possessions. That is also a possible scenario. Mercury goes into your 8th house, 2nd of September. The 8th house is the house of debts, taxes, other people's money, your partner's resources. Loads of talks, loads of thinking, loads of messages, information, analysis happening in this sector. I want to say at least until the 21st of September. Now, Mercury is getting out of this sector on the 18th of September, but then you're going to have an eclipse in this part of your chart on the 21st of September. So I feel like it's a good time to clean things up in this sector. There might also be quite a bit of developments on this front, not just concerning your financial situation, but maybe concerning your partner's financial situation. And when I say partner, it could be your life partner, but it could also be a business partner. Loads of talks around money, resources, budgets, also with business partners, maybe anyone that you collaborate with from a financial sort of like standpoint. So you could be having important talks with your accountant, for instance, or your financial advisor, or you could be looking very closely at your investment sector as well, because the 8th house is the house of investments. So much going on in this sector, pretty much from the 2nd of September, at least until the 21st. Mercury on the 3rd of September squares Uranus. Okay, so the fun, in inverted commas, begins. This is where you might need to pay for something out of the blue. It could be an unexpected expense connected with children, maybe something that was like fun, enjoyable, and entertaining costs more than you initially thought it would cost. This could also be a time, so 3rd of September, maybe a day before, a day after, when there are some unforeseen news, unforeseen developments taking place in the life of a child, in the life of one of your children, if you have several children. I do feel like there is a tiny little bit of an element of crisis here. So you have to think fast, you have to find solutions, you have to think outside of the box, because this is not the sort of like normal state of affairs when it comes to children. Also, sudden disruption of a plan or of an activity that had a fun aspect to it. So maybe you have to leave a party early, for example. 5th of September, Mars squares Jupiter. Active maybe a few days before, a few days after. You might feel it as early as the 3rd of September. There could be some sort of an unexpected inflammation from a health perspective that you need to deal with. Obviously, I'm not a doctor, so please take the advice of a doctor if anything comes up. There could also be a big crisis happening at work. Now, what is the nature of the crisis? Well, someone might have these sort of like massive, humongous sort of like demands, and you have to kind of like take your time and explain to them, hey, this is not how things work. This is not going to be possible, but they're probably going to fight you. They're probably going to say, no, I have these like big needs and big demands, and I want you to deliver. And I do believe you might get into a little bit of a debate over how you do your work and over how you maybe kind of like provide help and services sort of like work-wise. There might also be a need to take quick action when it comes to a work situation, because if you don't take quick action, there could be legal consequences. You may benefit from the advice of a counselor, a lawyer, someone with a legal background, because if you kind of like play it by ear, you might, I mean, there's a possibility it could worsen. There's also a possibility that something comes up that sort of like disturbs your day-to-day if you're traveling. So if you are on the road, if you're traveling, if you're abroad, if you're on holiday around the 5th of September, it could be like a health issue that comes up. I am just gonna say it. Maybe you eat something that just doesn't sit well with with you. There's also a possibility that something might cost more than you thought it would cost. Again, we go back to money. A lot of sort of like arguments around money, a lot of debates around money, a lot of maybe having to stand your ground on a financial sort of like matter. If you are traveling, I would make sure that you are covered from like a health insurance perspective, just in case you do need any sort of like help. It's not mandatory that you might need any sort of like support with this, but it would probably be for the best if you had that in your back pocket. I'm just gonna say it. I also believe that you might be in a rush to get something done, and either someone who's supposed to deliver a service for you or someone who's supposed to help you with something, they're just not doing things the way that you want them to do them. It could be an employee, it could be, I don't know, like a service provider of some sorts. Uranus goes retrograde 6th of September in your 5th house, so you're probably going to have some time to integrate some of the novel ideas that you've had from a creative expression perspective. These might have come to you as of July. If you've tried things out, maybe in terms of passions or hobbies, if you've been a little bit more experimental with that kind of like life sector, it feels to me like now's the time to kind of like slow down a little bit and say, okay, I tried this, I tried that, what's working for me, what's not working for me. And on the 7th of September, we have a full moon lunar eclipse coming up, Aquarians. It's going to be active week before, week after. You guessed it, it's putting the spotlight on your financial sectors. I did tell you. Money, 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 and possessions, and other people's money. All of these topics are going to be on your radar this month, Aquarians. I feel like you are getting paid, or you are paying for something that is very, very important for you, and it feels like a win. So to me, this eclipse feels like a win. You might be getting paid a significant amount for a project. You might score a big client. You might score a salary increase, a salary sort of like raise. If you have been interviewing for a new job and one of the main incentives was financial, you're probably going to get that job. This is a win. I have to kind of like repeat myself. If you've been investing in your health, your work, your sort of like daily kind of maybe habits, anything from a logistical perspective also that can make your life easier, such as, I don't know, maybe getting a cleaner. I believe that this is money very well spent, and you're already seeing some good results, and you're already feeling relieved somehow. I also believe that this is a good time to revisit your values in general, and to ask yourselves, am I putting my money where my mouth is? Am I dedicating my time, energy, and resources to the things that truly matter to me. You may realize that you've been doing that to some extent, but maybe in certain regards you haven't. And now you're kind of like looking at the big picture. You are having this sort of like bird's eye view of this this aspect of your life, and you're saying, okay, I have clarity. Let me adjust, let me adapt. 13th of September, Sun conjuncts Mercury in your 8th house. A really good day to look at investments, a really good day to look at debts, taxes, loans, a really good day to pay your taxes, to pay off any sort of like loans that you might have. Also a very good day to have important conversations around money with partners, legal advisors, business partners. I want to say also a good day to talk about money with your kids. If they are asking for things that are outside of the budget, maybe it's a good idea to kind of like to show them how money works. And I do believe you're kind of opening up about the ins and outs of your financial situation. There is a chance that your partner might also have news concerning their financial situation, and as a result, you can plan accordingly for the future because you know what you can count on, what you can rely on. This could also be a very good day, 13th of September, when you have clarity in regards to a topic that has caused suffering, that has brought crisis, that has brought mental health challenges in your life before, maybe from a romantic perspective, maybe in your relationship with children, maybe from a creative perspective. 17th and 18th of September, not my favorite days at all. 17th of September, Mercury opposes Saturn. I really believe that you're not on the same page with someone from a values standpoint, and no matter how hard you try, they're just not going to get it. You're not going to change your mind either, and conversations are not going anywhere. It might be best to postpone. You might have to do something like some sort of like tedious mental task concerning, I don't know, like taxes or paying people off or like budgeting, and you seem to want to do anything but that, but it does seem to be a necessary task. You might also have to be open to hearing something about the way that you maybe like spend money, or something about the way that you've been allocating budget that you are just not thrilled at all to hear. So maybe your financial advisor is calling you and is saying, hey, why are you spending all of this money? And you just don't want to hear it, but it's probably important. So you do with that information what you want, Aquarius. 18th of September, Mercury goes into Libra and it opposes Neptune. Maybe like a travel plan doesn't sort of like move along as you thought it would move along. Maybe there's like a train cancellation or like a plane delay, or maybe if you are traveling by car, there's like an incident on the road and it sort of like messes up your kind of like entire day, entire schedule. I would be very careful. 18th of September, people might try to pull the wool over your eyes and sell you something, and I believe it is very wise of you to not necessarily trust what they say. On the other hand, I would also be aware of the fact that if you are trying to bamboozle someone, I'm not saying that you are, but maybe if you're trying to kind of like obfuscate the facts, they're probably going to catch on to that, and there is a chance that they might take legal action. I'm not saying that they will, but there is a chance. So err on the side of the truth. That is just my recommendation. I would also not buy anything around the 18th, 19th of September. I'm just going to be very, very honest. 17th, also not really. It might not be a good sort of like purchase. You might have to like take it back. 19th of September, Venus goes into Virgo in your 8th house until the 13th of October. This can be very helpful from an intimacy perspective. Venus helps, kind of like sweetens things. It can also be very helpful if you're looking for maybe a new accountant, a new financial advisor, and if you've been having sort of like challenging interactions when it comes to the topic of money, budgets, like finances within your couple. If you're in a relationship, Venus comes in and it helps you find the middle ground. It helps you find common ground. 19th of September, also really good news from either abroad or from your child or from a loved one. And you do seem to be kind of like very enthusiastic and excited about whatever reaches your doorstep. You might also be very inspired from a creative perspective by something that you read, someone that you talk to, but maybe also by your travels, Aquarius. Venus is going to square Uranus on the 20th of September, so do be prepared for plans to change with a loved one or with your kid. Also, do be prepared for disruptive energy if you're attending any sort of like party or social event. I'm just gonna say it. You might inadvertently bump into an ex, for example. Just saying. It's probably not gonna be that awful. I mean, I don't think it's gonna be awful, but it could kind of like catch you off guard. So depends how you feel about that. 21st of September, solar eclipse in your 8th house, a new beginning, active week before, week after. That involves a release. I feel like you are releasing one of the following. This can be really good news. You might be releasing a debt. Fantastic if you can pay it off. You might be sort of like freed of the burden of a debt. You might also be releasing potentially an expense that was maybe not even your expense to begin with. Maybe you are helping someone financially. Maybe you are supporting someone financially. Maybe you are investing in something. I feel like you're no longer going to be investing in it. I feel like you no longer believe in it. I feel like you've got other goals from a financial perspective. I feel like this is no longer working for you. You could be saying goodbye to someone that you've worked with from a financial standpoint. So I repeat, it could be a financial advisor kind of person. You could also be downsizing when it comes to the investment sector. And if you are in a relationship, there is a chance that your partner might experience a bit of a contraction from a financial perspective, or maybe they're no longer able to contribute as much as they've been able to contribute up until this point to the sort of like household budget. 22nd of September, Sun goes into Libra. It's going to illuminate your 9th house for the next month. So you're going to be looking at life from a big picture perspective. You might also be connecting with people who are based abroad. You might be inspired by interactions with foreign lands, foreign countries, foreign cultures. And you might also be very inspired from a spiritual perspective over the next month. Also, 22nd of September, Mars goes into Scorpio in your house of career until the 4th of November. Guess who's going to be really driven and motivated to take action career-wise? You guessed it, Aquarians. It is you, especially Aquarius risings. You are a powerhouse. I am just going to say it, Aquarians, from a career perspective. It is time to be bold. It is time to be daring. It is time to be courageous. It is time to stand up for what you believe in from a professional perspective. And there is a possibility you might have to stand up sooner rather than later. I'm looking at the 24th of September. Mars is going to square Pluto. There may be a very kind of like intense conflict. It could have a little bit of a destructive potential. I'm just going to say it in the professional space. Now, if you do believe in you being in the right, you probably don't have much to worry about. But I will say this, if you're having like an intense kind of like public sort of like face off with someone in the professional space, do be prepared to walk away. Like, don't think that this is like a light sort of like casual like thing that you can just kind of like gloss over, or that they will gloss over. No. Absolutely not. So do kind of like walk into battle knowingly, and knowing that this might be the end of your collaboration with someone in the career sector. Also around the 24th of September, there is a possibility that your reputation might be under attack. Now, I repeat, if you're in the right, it's time to kind of like open the doors and show people, hey, this is what's happening. This is what I'm about. The attack is unwarranted, but there is a chance either way that it could feel like a very intense sort of like reputational attack. I do want to put that on your radar. There is like a high chance of a big power struggle around the 24th of September, maybe a few days before, a few days after. whoever is attacking you, metaphorically speaking, not physically, they do seem, however, to underestimate you. They do seem to not know that you've got hidden resources. So they're in for a surprise. Also, 24th of September, the Sun will trine Uranus and Pluto. You have some really strong support. You have some really strong support, maybe from loved ones, a partner, a friend, a mentor, a guide. There's also very high chance around the 24th of September, when the Mars-Pluto square is happening, you might be ready to completely reinvent yourselves, Aquarians. And that might feel like a total kind of like rebirth from a public status and public reputation perspective. It might also feel like you are kind of like annihilating the image that the world has of you, and that can feel like a really, really kind of like scary thing to do. At the same time, you might be very thrilled to do so because there's reasons for you to celebrate. You are ready for a fresh start. You're ready for a reset. You're ready to begin anew. You have people that love you, so that's that. Pisces suns and Pisces risings. My lovely, lovely Pisces. The month kicks off pretty much on the 1st of September, actually, with Saturn going back into your sign until mid-February. So, Pisces, it is time to put effort and to focus once more on your health, I'd say. If you've been experiencing any health challenges or issues, or if you've set goals health-wise, as of 2023, as of March of 2023, but maybe also as of the beginning of this year, if you've been dealing with anything health-wise as of 2023 or as of the beginning of 2025, Saturn comes in and says, hey, this is not over yet. You still have to take this super, super seriously. You still have to take this as kind of like a long-term commitment. So short-term changes are probably not going to work. If you know you need to give up on something for the sake of your health. So I'm going to give you an example. My partner is a Pisces ascendant, and he actually did give up smoking cigarettes throughout this transit. So since Saturn entered Pisces in 2023, if you know there's something else that you need to give up on, Pisces risings especially, now's the time. Saturn wants you to restrict and to eliminate and to reject whatever is not helping you from a physical kind of like wellness standpoint. You might also feel, Pisces, that there is quite a bit of duty and responsibility placed upon your shoulders, and that is probably going to be the case all the way until mid-February. Potentially also on behalf of a community or an organization that you are a part of. Mercury goes into Virgo 2nd of September in your 7th house of relationships, interactions with other people. And to me, it looks like there's a lot happening in your partnership sector and in your one-to-one interactions with other people sector this month, at least until the 21st of September. Now, when I say partnerships, sometimes people immediately jump to the conclusion that I'm referring to marriages, romantic partnerships, and I am referring to those as well, but I'm also referring to any sort of like one-to-one interactions that you have with other people. I'm also referring to business partnerships. Loads of things to discuss, Pisces, this month, and loads of new developments on this front, as well as saying goodbye to some of the existing dynamics on this front. Mercury, 3rd of September, is going to square Uranus. An unexpected piece of news, an unexpected development happening in your life, coming in through a partner, maybe coming in through a family member, maybe also coming in through a business partner potentially. Things are kind of like being shaken, they're being shaken up, and you have to come up with innovative solutions. You have to essentially think outside of the box. There is a chance that out of the blue, for example, maybe your partner has to travel home, or there's something happening in the life of a partner. There's also a chance that someone might no longer be able to collaborate with you, maybe because they're moving. So I'm referring to, let's say, like a business partner. They're going someplace else. They will no longer be able to kind of like activate in your life in the way that they have done so far. So you just have to, I repeat, think fast and think on your feet, and which is pretty much the same thing, and cast some sort of a wider net to maybe replace this person. 5th of September, Mars squares Jupiter. This energy is going to be active a few days before and a few days after. So this can bring one of the following or several of the following in your life. If you have kids, I would recommend that you keep a very close eye on them, because there is a risk of incidents, injuries, even like fights. I will say like actual like physical fights between your child and another child, maybe when they're playing, but maybe also when they are engaged in some sort of a fun, exciting, like gamey type of activity. So maybe your child is playing football and another kid is taking it way too seriously. So alas, there is like this maybe like physical incident. So I would kind of like recommend that you keep a close eye on children. There can also be a big fight with a big sort of like argument with a romantic partner. It could be over money, but it could also have something to do with intimacy. Just gonna say it. It could also have something to do with a secret that one of you has been keeping from each other, and I do believe it can escalate. So there is a chance that this might be a small thing to begin with, and it could kind of like take these like wide proportions. So yeah, feelings are sort of like big feelings are triggered. I feel like someone needs to be a little bit less emotional in this whole exchange. The thing is, you might be the super, super, super emotional one, not the other person. And you might actually be hurt. Like your feelings might get hurt because the other person is not as emotionally invested as you are. But at the same time, I would also keep in mind that people have different ways of kind of like displaying emotion, or different ways of like processing feelings and emotions. I would be very careful not to overspend around the 5th of September. There is a chance that you might just like go really big, and there's no need to take out the credit card and like pay for everyone's drinks if you're like out, if you're partying, or let's say if you buy something for like your kid. It doesn't have to be like something that breaks the bank. I feel like you could be overdoing things financially, my dear Pisces. Also, my recommendation, but this is completely up to you, this is not a good time to gamble. You might be feeling lucky, but you might be gambling way too much, and it could cost you, as opposed to it kind of like, maybe you've been on a winning streak from a gambling perspective. Think of it also metaphorically, right? I always say with astrology, think of things metaphorically. Maybe you have been on a winning streak, but how long is that gonna last? I mean, don't push your luck. That's what I feel like saying. Uranus goes retrograde in your house of home on the 6th of September. So there may have been some changes happening at home, or maybe in your family life as of July. Things are slowing down in terms of changes, so it's giving you time to process. 7th of September, full moon lunar eclipse, active week before week after. It is activating your first house, 7th house axis. I feel like you are achieving something really big, something that you care about a great deal. Maybe it is connected with a like a passion project that is very close to your heart. Maybe you've collaborated very successfully with someone, and you're finally kind of like giving birth to this kind of like joint project together. Metaphorically speaking, there is also possibility of fantastic news concerning children. Maybe there's news of pregnancy. Maybe there's also this sense of having collaborated with your partner on this joint project, which is the child. I mean, I should probably find better ways to describe this. But basically, together with a partner, you might celebrate a win that has something to do with the children sector. I also feel like this could be a big turning point for the better when it comes to your romantic life. So maybe there's like a significant event that takes place that seems to be taking a relationship to the next level. There's a lot of love, there's a lot of affection, there's a lot of joy. There is this kind of like strong sense of celebration in the air. You probably do feel loved, you probably do feel appreciated and supported, and maybe you are the one who feels ready to take a relationship to the next level. That is very much also a possibility. 13th of September, Sun conjunct Mercury, a good day to have important conversations about all sorts of things, especially conversations with a partner, be them a life partner, be them a business partner, but also a good day to have conversations with family members because it feels like you're on the same page. It feels like there's a lot of clarity on both fronts. I do have to flag that Mercury is going to be conjunct the South Node from roughly the 10th until the 13th. But on the 13th, we have this Mercury Kazemi. So from the 10th until the 13th, until the day of the 13th, maybe I would sort of like postpone the big conversations. But the 13th is the day when I would kind of like sit people down and say what you have to say. If you need to sign any sort of like papers, I do like the 13th, but I realize if I'm not mistaken, it's on a weekend. So I don't know, if people are working on a weekend, then the 13th can be, yes, it's a Saturday. The 13th can be a fantastic day to, I repeat, to maybe sign a contract, sign an agreement, agree on the terms and conditions of a collaboration. You might also find a really good counselor, a really good advisor around this time. Now, 17th, 18th, and maybe even 19th, I don't like these days in terms of communications. I don't like these days in terms of having important meetings, important interactions. On the 17th, you just seem to be tired, you're drained, you're emotionally sort of exhausted, and as much as the person in front of you might be trying to kind of like explain things to you, you just don't seem to hear them out, I'd say. On the 18th, Mercury goes into Libra in your 8th house of shared assets, shared resources, taxes, investments. On this day, Mercury opposes Neptune. I would be very careful when it comes to making financial decisions because you don't seem to see things very, very clearly. You might be working with wrong information. You might be paying too much for a service. And there is also a possibility that someone might try to overcharge you. So I would keep a close eye on what goes out of your bank account. I would keep a close eye on receipts, expenses, and it also feels like your ideals are not aligned with someone else's values, and you don't seem to find a middle ground, and you don't seem to find common ground just yet. 19th of September, Venus goes into Virgo in your 7th house of interactions with other people, all the way until the 13th of October. So I feel like other people want to please you. They want to be helpful. They want to get on your good side. It's a great time it's a great sort of like transit to use when it comes to finding business partners, when it comes to finding collaborators, when it comes to finding people who can help you in a practical way. You do seem to be benefiting tremendously from the interactions with other people. They are making your life smoother. They're making your life easier in some shape or form. And if you've been having a little bit of a rough time in the past few days within an important relationship, Venus can help you patch things up because, hey, planet of tact, diplomacy, the peacemaker, okay? 19th of September, also Mercury trines Uranus and Pluto. Some good news concerning your investment sector, some good news, but totally unexpected, totally surprising, maybe coming from a family member as well. It does feel like things are kind of like transforming for the better in the home sector, in your private life, in your family life, and maybe even financially. I do see you kind of like feeling relieved somehow. A quite similar day is the 24th of September. So kind of like similar vibe, similar energy when the sun is going to trine Uranus and Pluto, both on the 19th as well as on the 24th, maybe a day before and a day after. So for both of these days, it seems to be very clear to you, Pisces. So mentally, you seem to have clarity as to where you want to be headed and how you want to transform your private life and where other people sort of like fit in, how other people can help you, how they can support you, how you can support maybe like family or partner or like people that you love, how you can support them through big transformations in their life. Both of these days, 19th and 24th, are really good days to have conversations about difficult topics because I feel like people are very open to novel approaches, to innovative approaches, and that seems to be the way out of a situation that maybe has been a source of stress, a source of frustration, a source of crisis. So let's say if you have a sibling that's been struggling financially, either on the 19th, but maybe also on the 24th, it could be a good idea to like sit them down and to kind of like share your view of things, and you might really inspire them to take action in a different way than they've taken action so far on that front, and that could get them out of the rut that they are stuck in. 20th of September, Venus squares Uranus. Plans that you had made seem to be disrupted because there is something popping up at home. Maybe a parent or a family member, just obviously a parent is a family member. They just kind of like called you out of the blue and they say, hey, I need you. It also feels like the interactions with family members around the 20th of September are sort of like very kind of like unexpected somehow. So not what you had in mind. And 21st of September, we have another eclipse in your 7th house, a solar eclipse. So this time, a new beginning. It's going to be active a week before a week after. It's a solar eclipse with a south node. So the celestial tide is going out. Someone is exiting your life, or something is exiting your life, potentially connected with a relationship, or maybe in the life of a partner. They are kind of letting go of something. Maybe a partner is giving up on a job. Maybe they are saying goodbye to an old job. Maybe you are saying goodbye to an old business partner, an old collaborator, and you're going to start working with someone else. Maybe you're starting a fresh relationship business wise that is a lot more sort of narrow in its scope than the relationship that you had with this sort of like person's like predecessor. So I don't know, let's say you're going to start working with someone new on your website, but now you're going to be a lot more so like focused on specific aspects of your website that you want this person to work on, as opposed to giving them kind of like free reign to work over everything. I do feel like the dynamic within a relationship is changing in such a way that it's kind of like taking much more into account your boundaries. So maybe you're going to give less within a specific relationship. I do believe it can function. I do believe it can work really, really well. The important thing is to communicate openly about your boundaries and about your limitations and about what you're comfortable bringing to the table and what you're no longer comfortable with bringing to the table. I'd say. 22nd of September, the sun goes into Libra for the next month. It's going to illuminate the sector of shared assets, shared resources, but also intimacy and transformation, my lovely Pisces. And there may be some transformation happening over the next month within your work sector and also within your day-to-day sort of like habits, daily kind of like tasks, daily to-do list sector. Also, 22nd of March, Mars goes into Scorpio in your 9th house. A lot of energy until the 4th of November, placed into, directed into matters connected with travel, foreign lands, foreign countries, your academic path, maybe legal matters that have to do with visa, travel, residency. Also a lot of energy placed into matters that maybe involve in-laws. I'd say you do seem to be very blunt is probably the word, and very kind of like laser focused on defending and standing up for what you believe in and what you believe is morally right as opposed to wrong, obviously. 24th of September, Mars squares Pluto. There may be some sort of a big kind of like transformation happening at a sort of like legal level that you seem to need to take stock of, because that may have some sort of an effect over how you manage your finances, over how you make money, over one of your sources of income. There is a possibility that information might come to the surface that changes everything in regards to a specific source of income that you've got. There is also a possibility you might decide to give up on a source of income and take sort of like rapid action because it's not worth the hassle, or it's not worth the potential kind of like negative consequences that would come from you maintaining this source of income in your life. You might also have to pay for something concerning your kind of like legal status, concerning maybe a legal aspect in your life. There could also be some hidden costs that have to do with maybe your studies, your education. I do have to say, I'm not a massive fan of the 24th of September when it comes to in-laws. Now, something out of the blue could happen, and it could be quite intense and quite destructive in the life of an in-law. So maybe they experience some sort of an incident. It could be an accident, it could be physical, but it could also be an incident concerning maybe their work. And you might have to sort of like be the one that kind of like jumps to rescue them in some shape or form. There's also a chance you might have a big sort of like argument with an in-law. That is possible. I will say it. Also, 24th of September, the Sun trines Uranus and Pluto. Information is coming to the surface. And it seems to kind of like change the way that you thought about your home life, your family life, maybe some family members, and maybe also your past as well. 19th and 24th could also be some good days to look at your investment sector and say, hey, do I need to sell anything? Do I need to take my wins? Of course, this is not financial advice because I'm not a financial advisor. So please take the advice of your financial advisor. That is Pisces. Folks, I want to thank you for tuning in for your September horoscopes. It is my pleasure to deliver these to you. And if my content is helpful, if it's useful in any shape or form, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, a subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Do let us know in the comments how September unfolds for you, because eclipse season is back. New beginnings, endings, closures, things coming together. If you want to work with me, a reminder that you can find me on my website, written in the stars-astrology.com. I'm a full-time consulting astrologer. I work with clients on a day-to-day basis, and I consider it my mission to help people reconnect with their soul's intentions, make the most of the cards that they have been dealt, and use astrology in a very, very practical way. Astrology is I want to call it the handbook for life. It helps us navigate life so much better. We have additional insights. It is the map, it's not the journey. You're still going to have to go on the journey, but it's a pretty solid map to use. So written in the stars-astrology.com, that's where you can book personal astrological readings with me. I've also left my link in the pinned comment and in the description box. And if you are active on Instagram, on TikTok, I'm also active on both of these, more so on Instagram. My Instagram handle is Rux Unbelievable, Rux Unbelievable in one word. And that's where I also share more sort of like regular updates via stories. I share also like personal updates. So if you're there, give me a follow. Thank you. And I will see you next time. Bye.